My name's host Eric, and I'm here to say sphincter puckering excitement today. That's right. Today I'm promising to make a live stream that's so exciting it makes all of your sphincters pucker. That takes some doing. It takes some skills. It takes some artistry. I mean, sure, maybe the first bit of excitement is taking out the trash, but later excitements are going to be even more exciting than that. Until finally we get to the level of sphincter puckering excitement. Stop puckering my sphincter. You're making me feel too puckered up. So anyway, I slept a lot last night. And one of my big problems that I had yesterday and into this morning a little bit was that I've been a bit constipated. Constipado, as they say in Mexican. Well, this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I had count them, three different poops. And I'm feeling no longer encumbered by the massive quantity of dump within me, I didn't get up till 10 o'clock in the morning this morning. I went to bed at like 8 o'clock at night last night or something, pretty early. So, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling awake now. I took a couple of those Strateras. I don't know what that drug is exactly, but it does seem to wake me up a bit without being any kind of speed. And that was sort of approach I like to take with drugs, where I'm taking non-scheduled drugs that don't get you high, but I'm not totally opposed to it. It's the case that not all drugs can constantly be super fun. But I've got some good news. We're going to add to this morning's drug intake mushrooms, which will be good. It's been a week almost since I've taken them. I took them last Monday morning, I think. So they're cooking up into a tea right now. And that's going to really help me get your sphincters to pucker. Who keep pushing thumbs up and then unpushing it? It keeps going from one leg to 0 legs. So, if it's been a while since you've had your sphincters puckered, you may be sore tomorrow. The muscles might be out of use. There's going to be a lot of sphincter puckering going on around here. I might even have a fourth poop in me. That would really be something. I feel pretty much like I've emptied myself of all my poop now. So let's talk a little bit about constipation. My belief is that intuitives are more constipated than sensors. And the most constipated types are the NTPs with 8th and 7th slot SE. The reason is because they can easily tell when they have to go poo but they don't want to stop playing to go poop right now. That would be SE, Do it, get it done. And so then you end up having a very odd pooping schedule. I also thought that this is an excellent TE question. I asked Rachel about it, and it kind of just baffled her completely. You got two frozen pizzas in one oven. One of them takes 24 minutes, one of them takes 20 minutes. You only got one timer. How do you do? What's the best way to do it? This is a real life TE problem that I encountered just a couple days ago, And it also made me realize that when I was visiting at Club TI Polar, and he didn't want to answer any TI questions, and he tried to dodge around them by discussing what he thought was a TI question, which is namely that like fox and hen and something else, bag of rice or whatever you get across the river. Remember that question? That's a TE question, obviously. It's asking you what's the order of operations you're going to use to execute this thing. And if you're TI Polar, of course, you'll constantly mistake TI things for something other than TI. And, being TI Polar is especially crippling for ESFPs because they don't have any good grasp of meanings, really, and of the finality of meanings. You might call them intellectually constipated. So I thought that was interesting. Thought I'd share it with you here. I know your sphincters aren't puckered yet, but just be patient. They're getting puckered. They're starting to pucker. It's starting to get really, really exciting around here. And I'm going to prove this to you right now by going inside and taking out the trash. And you're going to be like, wow, Eric, that was amazing. You just took that trash and you threw it right outside. And you'll be right. It is amazing. All right, let's check on the tea while we're here. There's the tea. Along nicely. I made enough for me and Rachel. She said she'd like to do a little bit today. She really doesn't like feeling pukey. It's like, no! But, the truth is, for me, how the mushrooms impact me has a lot to do with my overall state of health and rest and stuff. I'm very well rested today. I pooped out all my poops. I waited until I thought it was the right time to take mushrooms rather than trying to push forward and take them when it's not the right time. When I take them when it's exactly the right time, they don't ever seem to make me nauseous. Okay, that's one trash that has been taken out. Now I have to get the little trash over here. Take that out too. Because what I really need over here, I don't need this little tiny trash can. I need a big, big trash can. Because I make so much trash. I'm like kind of a professional trash maker. I'm like that guy on Futurama, Fry. That one episode where he teaches the future how to turn everything into trash. I have that same expertise. Okay, now let's take this trash outside so you can see what an expert of trash I am. If you've got trash related questions, problems, you don't want to be taught how to take out the trash, you want to be taught how to make things into trash, I'm your man. I'm an expert at the trash sciences. See that? Pretty thrilling. Non-stop thrills and chills around here. Obviously. If you're not thrilling and you're not chilling, then you're not hanging out with talking with famous people. Hey, it's Shia LaBeouf. Everyone is within walking distance if you have the time. That's true. Well, the problem is, though, some things are so far away that it's impossible for you to have the time. Like if you were trying to walk to the sun, even if you had infinite time, you'd never get there. Similarly, if you tried to walk to the moon, you can't walk to the moon, Shia LaBeouf. That's crazy talk. I mean, maybe you can because you're Shia LaBeouf. The LaBeouf family was named such because of their propensity for boofing all their medications. That's why they're called the LaBeoufs. It's French for the boofers. You know, that's something you and I have in common, Shia LaBeouf. I periodically like to boof my medicine as well. Not today, though. I took it orally. You get one wonder point for that one, Shia LaBeouf. You just earned yourself one wonder point for that joke. Congratulations. Now, it's not Wednesday, so wonder point values are not doubled, but still, one wonder point is better than no wonder points. And you know, if at some point during the stream your sphincter does pucker with excitement, that's worth a wonder point as well. You only execute that one time, but still, it's a pretty good deal, needless to say. So, poking at my bong stem here, it's a little clogged. Bong resin is the most cloggiest substance in all of the universe. Hi, Rachel Apollosa. Your name sounds so familiar. Where do I know you from? So I'm super well rested. I've got pretty much, I think, all of my poops out at this point. I've had 3 poops this morning. And when I first woke up, I was feeling all like, oh, that's a hell of a baby. But now, I'm feeling young, I'm feeling sprightly, I'm feeling handsome, I'm feeling empowered. I'm feeling like I can pucker everyone's sphincters. I do have a little bit of a chest thing going on right now, but I think that's just mostly due to just smoking so much weed all the time. It's like you dream of having infinite weed. But when you do, it's just another cigarette, basically. Because you smoke so much of it all the time, you know? We sent Cameron home with 2 packed full quart-sized Ziploc bags full of weeds, 2 different kinds of weeds. We discovered that, having opened this a second pound, we discovered that not not all the pounds are the same. The second pound was different weed than the first pound. The first pound was better. I liked it better. But the second pound was good too. It's not coffee or bad weed. It's just more flowery than is my personal taste. So, you know, that was kind of exciting to see that the other pounds, they might be another example of one of those two weeds we have, or they might even be a different kind of weed, a third kind of weed, you know? That'd be cool. You got a little bit longer to go, mushroom tea. Not too much longer, though. It says on the sign at the mushroom store, if you're making tea, to let it boil for 20 minutes. It's been about 20 minutes, but I like to let it boil down so there's not that much liquid left in it. So Rachel is currently upstairs doing whatever. When the tea's done, she's going to drink some of it, I'll drink some of it. And then probably we can expect Rachel to go back upstairs and mushroom herself away, as she likes, as is her tendency when she takes mushrooms. I do have a typing session tonight, but it's not until like 8 o'clock, so I'll be done being on mushrooms by then, for sure. Cameron called us yesterday to inform us that you're working on your poops. Good job, Rachel. That's important. That's an important part of keeping the Sabbath holy. Is to push poop out your butthole. That's how you keep it holy. I want to say Rachel was so happy when she discovered the ground floor, what you might call the general toilet. It's not part of the master bedroom. It's not the upstairs toilet. It's the general toilet. She was so happy when she discovered that if you lift up the flusher handle, it makes a big flush. Because Rachel's worst nightmare is that she leaves the bathroom and someone goes in after her and sees a piece of her poop in the toilet. At which point they'd run screaming out of the bathroom, pulling their eyeballs out of their sockets. Ah, I saw someone else's poo! I mean, that is gross, don't get me wrong. But where is that little thingamajig that I'm looking for? Is it in here? Yes, it is. I think this is dirty, so I would just wash this out. Although, this isn't actually dirty because the only thing basically we ever use this for is for boiled water or tea. We boil water in the microwave in this for like a cup of noodles. Alright, that looks about right. So, let's do this part now. Now it's time to strain the tea. Yeah, I guess that's fine. This should be some fairly strong tea. I kind of put a lot of mushrooms in it. Okay. Oops. Looks like I forgot to replace the garbage bag in the kitchen trash can. Oh, the horror. What am I supposed to do with my trash? Well, Tiffany, that's why you got to replace. Let me have it. That doesn't go there. Put these back in here. Trash bag, right. Okay, I'm going to need a trash bag now. You want to split this in half or you want less than me? Less than me. Okay. Ah! Now I throw the trash away. Okay. So as you can see here, we've got, looks like 300 milliliters. So I'll give Rachel 100 milliliters, give myself 200 milliliters. Looks about right. Okay, now yeah, that's more than a third, but less than half for Rachel. Mostly like a third, but a little bit more than a third. So this is mine. I'll bring you yours right now. Here you go, darling.
Thank you, handsome.
I know it doesn't look like more than a third of it, but it is.
It is. It's a big mug and it's good enough for me.
Yeah. So, all right. Now, we do always get the best celebrities coming in here. We got Shia LaBeouf. He's one of the very best celebrities. And Carmen's Pimp, also a huge celebrity in his own right and an important member of the community. After all, if it weren't for him, I would never have sex with any Karma. Alright, so the key to drinking mushroom tea, of course, is to have a good chaser. So, I'm not going to chase with coffee. That's not the best chaser. Yeah, I'm going to get a Pepsi. Well, that's a good idea. This should be like the most effective flavor covering up thing as a chaser, you know. Now, let me demonstrate the proper way. This is also how to take a shot of liquor if you don't want to feel all like, you know. I don't drink anymore, but it works for liquor too. So what you do is this. You start by breathing out all of your air. Then breathe, right? I don't take a single thing except Pepsi. So that's how you do shots and chase them with liquor too. And you'll find that it's much less painful. Now granted, mushroom tea is inherently less painful than shots of liquor, like shots of tequila or something. But I'll tell you, this technique works exactly the same for both. So if you have some liquor at home that you plan to be drinking right now, you might as well try this with me. If you're already planning on spending your Sunday doing tequila shots, try it. I think you'll find that no, it's not that bad, but it's still grosser than any other drink, pretty much, you're going to drink. And you never purposely drink it for the flavor. Well, I'm sure it's better with added honey. It doesn't taste terrible, but I want to get it down as fast as possible. And I have too many bad associations with mushroom flavor from eating them for such a long time that it's an SI thing for me, I guess. Like that time I didn't blow out all my air, so I tasted it a little bit. Who knew that the air inside of you impacted your flavor buds so much? You know, it does. This just looks like piss or grease. It's kind of like pee, yeah. It's not, though. I promise. I didn't just pee in this and pretend it was mushroom tea. Done and done. So, I have finished the drinking part of the mushroom tea. And I'm ready to begin the disruption part. Now, under a lot of circumstances, the disruption part of any mushroom trip for me can get a little suboptimal in its expression, you might say. But I'm hopeful that today, with the addition of a couple of Stratera, which is a non-amphetamine ADHD drug, and with the fact that I'm very well rested, and with the fact that I made sure I waited until the right time to do it, I'm hopeful the mushroom gods are kind to me today, you know? Well, guys, there we go. It's the fourth poop of the day for Eric. Someone's sphincter is really puckering today. Oh, that's a stinky one, too. You're lucky this phone doesn't transmit smells. You are very lucky, viewing audience. Because if it did, you'd be saying, "Oh my God, that's out loud!" I knew I was backed up, but I didn't know it was going to be a 4-poop Sunday. When I sat down, I was just planning on going to pee. Yeah. And all of a sudden, my poop was like, I might as well sit, push me out, and I'll tell. Yeah. So, needless to say, I'm feeling pretty good about that. When you're pooping well, all the world is water colored in pastels. But when you're pooping poorly, everything is black. So anyway, I do think I have a bit of a chest thing going on here. A little bit of a cold, maybe. It sounds like both Rachel and I have a little bit of a cold. Of course, you can't rely on sounds like. Stratera is a good name for a very specific daughter. Yeah. So, I'm feeling a lot better. How did you enjoy your mushroom trip, Mac Daddy? Did you have a strong mushroom trip? A small mushroom trip? What? Inquiring Erics want to know. I'll tell you what. I'll go smoke a cigarette and I'll put some birdseed out while I'm doing that. And then when I come back in, Mac Daddy will have had time to compose her answer to my question.
How was it the mushrooms, sadly?
Oh, you said regular mushroom tea? Why would you bother doing that? That's just gross. Like, I don't know if you heard, Mac Daddy, but mushrooms are fungus. People shouldn't eat that. It's disgusting. The only reason there's ever a good reason to have mushroom anything is because it's psychedelic when it goes. Regular mushroom tea. What in the world? Why? What is that guy thinking? Like, why don't you just make poo tea? There. Now I've given the birds some seeds, which they like to eat. And I got my drink and my camera. And now I'm going over here to smoke a cigarette. Okay. Dambe Pinan Shiganida. What's that mean? Why, it's Korean for it's time to smoke a cigarette. Dambe Pinan Shiganida. Dambe Pinan Shiganida. So good. I've taken the trash out. I've taken the little trash out. I took a couple Strateras. I had 4 poops. I'm having a Pepsi to provide me some nutrition. And there's 150 calories in there, so that's not too bad. That's some nutrition. Of course, I'm thinking about all the various chores I have to complete. Like getting the rest of the gray stuff off of the wall. Sweeping up the pieces of gray stuff that splattered all all over the place when I last used the power washer. I gotta finish scraping paint with the power washer up there. I gotta paint it, and around here, underneath the what do you call them? Rain gutters. All the way around the house, underneath the rain gutters, I gotta scrape and repaint. Rain gutters. Rain gutters, schmain gutters. Why do we even have rain gutters? Why don't you just let the rain just go off of your roof onto the ground? Why do we need to have rain gutters? Has anybody ever answered that question before? Why do we need to have rain gutters? I'm not convinced we do need to have rain gutters, really. But they do agreeably direct all the water away from our house. Because our rain gutters go underground. They empty out underground into these pipes that come out going down into the gully here. Is the stream still going? I don't really hear it right now. It's kind of noisy out here, but I expect it to dry up pretty soon. It's not a year-round stream, you know. And that'll be fine when it does. You know, I don't need that many. I don't need that much water. It makes more mosquitoes probably, you know. We were talking to the wedding and cake lady yesterday. We went to see the flower and cake lady. And she's cool. You know, she's very ESTJ. If you're going to get something like this done, you want an ESTJ, man, because they will get shit done. They're taskmasters. By the power of Grayskull, I'd say. They are the taskmasters of the universe. Okay, now we're ready to go back in. So, I've got some good news about my burn. It did blister, but not that badly. So it's like, it's blistered right now. I could pop it. But because it didn't blister very badly, I'm not going to pop it. I'm going to leave it on. I'm just going to leave it kind of blistery like this as long as it will naturally stay that way. That way, the skin underneath will be ready to go when the blister peels off. The problem with this, of course, is I haven't attempted playing guitar yet, but I already know for bar chords and shit, it's going to be a problem. So, I need to wait for it to heal. Of course, I think the part of the reason why it didn't blister that badly is because that part of my finger is actually somewhat calloused, even though it is not the tip of my fingers where I really push down on the guitar for bar chords and stuff. That finger gets a little bit of callus on it. I think that kind of helped save me a little bit. Are you going outside, Trouble? Go ahead if you want to. No? All right, then stay inside. think he's wondering if Cameron's still here.
Yeah. He definitely is.
Yeah, Ruben's right. Standing water is how mosquitoes give birth to new mosquitoes. And you're talking about what kind of mushrooms were they? Cambodian and baby blue. Now it occurs to me you're asking Mac Daddy. You're not asking me. You microdosed mushrooms at work and it felt great. Well, I don't know how ESTPs react to mushrooms. I can't get Delilah to take them. I want her to take them with me, but she won't. It's like, what did I do to have such a straight edge kid, you know? I must have taught her wrong somewhere. You know, it's like she's so little of a drug addict.
Yeah.
That she has extra Adderalls to give me every month.
That's good.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
But it's shocking too. Like, you know, I guess sometimes the apple does fall far from the tree.
In that sense, maybe, but she's so much like me that she's convinced that she's an ENTP too. So.
Yeah. She doesn't like it when I tell her she's an ESTP. It's like, oh my God. I wish everybody could just understand how much better it is to be a sensor than an intuitive. Being an intuitive is kind of terrible. I don't even know how to poop right.
I don't either, though, realistically.
Yeah, or just trying to use her effie tool to poop. Well, when are you going poop?
And like even then, like I do feel weird talking about it, but it wasn't like it was like constipation poo. It had been like it was big, like
It was days accumulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's how it goes for me. It's been going like that for me for years, where it seems like I poop regularly for like a week, and I barely poop for a week, and I have this massive colon blow.
Oh my God! Yeah, 4 times already. I mean.
Well, this is a sign when it goes well, because it didn't get so bad that I'm having stomach cramps and almost passing out on the toilet as all the stuff from inside me goes. That's a real colon blow.
That really is.
So I'm trying to do a better job of maintaining my poops.
So we're thinking about changing the time. Did you tell peoples that we're thinking about changing the time of the wedding?
We're changing the time to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
At the advice of the flower cake lady, who basically said it's going to be way too hot at 1 in the afternoon. Now we are at 4,000 feet, but we're still playing with fire, trying to have it 1. We're hoping for a mild day then, you know.
Yeah.
So I think it's better that we, instead of playing Hopeful Hannah, we play Predictive Paul.
Yeah, and she's right. We're not having that many people, so we can keep the ambiance of the with the flowers and everything.
Ruben R., what are you doing July 8th?
Yeah, what are you doing July 8th?
I've already invited Mac Daddy, even
Yeah.
though she's already informed me she's not going to be able to go.
Aw, sorry, Mac Daddy.
But, you know, if you got the 8th free,
Yeah, please.
might as well come on over to Mariposa.
Yeah, we can email you the details.
It's within easy walking distance of you, according to Shia LaBeouf. Okay, now I'm feeling discombobulated. But it's okay. You just gotta trust the process. This is the benefit of SI. It's like I've done mushrooms so many times. I feel very informed about the process. Okay, sounds good, Ruben.
Well, maybe you'll be able to join the live stream.
Yeah, maybe you'll be there via live stream. And if you are, Ruben R., I want you to save a couple of fireworks from the 4th to shoot off at your house when Rachel and I say I do.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll even see some fireworks.
Probably not. We live in
that's
fire
true.
country.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, never mind. That's like a big no-no.
Wow. We'll have to go to Oakland to see fireworks.
I can't believe we're going to be having our... Is that like our first... So, like, actually Memorial Day is kind of our first... No, we had Easter.
We had Easter, we had your birthday was in LA. We had Valentine's Day here.
Yeah.
We were probably... Oh, I remember. We tried to go out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
We went to HBD.
We ended up going to Happy Burger Diner because every place was full.
Yeah. Now we know.
We had President's Day here. That was big. We always make a big hoopla celebrating President's Day.
Yeah.
We also didn't celebrate Easter, so that doesn't really count as a holiday either.
No.
Will we be celebrating Memorial Day tomorrow? I might have a Memorial Day style title. Oh, that's right, I can't call the doctor tomorrow for my Adderall. I gotta wait till Tuesday. Well, that's fine, Ruben. Helps keep down expenses if we don't have very many people coming.
Yeah.
And truth is, the inside part of the house isn't big enough for a large number of people.
No. Kind of works out. Meow.
Meow. What a pleasant kitty meows a lot you are.
Mm-hmm. Meow.
Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Keisha.
Beehole kisses. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Boba Fett. Oh. So right now we're just waiting as the drugs take effect. That's how Eskimos kiss each other. Hi, Oliver Lenahan.
Hi, Oliver Linehan.
Oh my goodness. Right now I'm having sphinctery, puckering mushroominess.
Oh.
Oh, took a lot of mushrooms this morning. Right, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago. Oh. So I'm in the discombobulation phase, where I'm feeling discombobulated. It's like like right now I'm really feeling like I can tell I have a little bit of a chest infection. Mushrooms have a way of highlighting to me all of my physical stuff. Like if I'm not sleeping enough or I'm not whatever,
Me too.
then mushrooms make me really feel that extra. So right now the mushrooms are saying you got a bit of a chest infection, Eric. This is how you keep the Sabbath holy, Oliver Linehan.
I thought today was Monday. So I have a question. Do people celebrate Memorial Day today, or are they going to be celebrating it tomorrow?
Well, both.
Mm.
We saw people at the supermarket yesterday getting beer and stuff for barbecues yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. I figured it would be both days, just because people like to party.
Yeah, it's a whole weekend of debauchery.
Yeah. Oh, come sundown, you're gonna pillage the village, like a Viking.
Well, he's gonna get us pressure washer.
Oh.
If you pressure wash it first, there's not gonna be any village left by sundown. Oh. And I believe we agreed, Ruben, those things were called waspitoriums. Ah. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly.
Meow. Meow. What are you sad that Cameron's gone? Secretly? Meow.
Okay. Oh. Oh. Rachel times out in the case. That's funny. Yeah, Casey, you don't deserve a timeout. You're fine. Oh my goodness. I am so mushroomy right now. But you know, it's not like I've reached the post come on phase yet. That's when you feel most mushroomy. It's still coming on, you know. And you feel like, I gotta fall over any minute now. I'm surprised I made it out here. I'm currently feeling very much like I might hurl. Ah. You can't really predict anything about mushrooms beyond things are going to get mushroomy. You have to acclimate to the mushrooms, is the thing. It's like you got to do cabin pressurization. And that's what I'm doing right now is pressurizing the cabin. I may nevertheless get airsick. Sometimes that happens. And while nobody likes hurling, I have a lot more experience at it than most people do. It's just like that dumb guy in Oakland said. Mushrooms, well, he didn't say this, but I'll interpret his words. um, Mushrooms are super responsive to your intentions with them, but it's a subjective epistemology thing. If you're unconscious with your subjective knowing and deliberation function, it makes it really tricky to engage intentionally with mushrooms because they don't like your kind of intent. Lars and Aunt over there. Just walking along. Where's it going? Why is it going there? We'll never know. You just put that in the pile of things that we'll never know. Later on, you'll say to yourself, so where was that ant going anywhere? Anyway, nobody will have an answer for you. It'll be frustrating. But you know, that's how life goes. You don't always get to know everything you want to know. You get to know very few things. Unless you're a knower. In which case, you know everything. That's a different kind of knowing that I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the feeling of certainty. That's different than just knowing something, you know. The feeling of certainty. The thing is, of course, what you know, no matter how certain you feel about it, what you know doesn't translate very well to other people. You got to do more than just know it for other people to take it seriously. And the less pushback you get about what you know, the less interesting what you know is to know. Like, I know I have to go pee right now. Nobody's going to give me any pushback on it because it doesn't have any universal application at all. Hi, Kitty. I didn't see you here. It's good to see you. Yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy knows. Pretty good. A little chilly in here, huh? Feels kind of nice though. Did you scare Acacia away?
I deleted her by accident. I put her in timeout. My butt did.
But did you? Well, those are different things. Did you ban her or did you time her out?
Time her out.
Okay, well, she'll be back. She knows that periodically that happens. Actually, acai berries don't come from acacia trees, I don't think.
Meow.
My feeling, it's a feeling quite mushroomy, but more like into the trip instead of like coming on still. Um, which is to say, I think I'm gonna hit my inhaler. But you know, the reality is, I might just have to hurl at some point. And that's just how it is. I keep kind of wavering back and forth as to whether that urge is going to go away, like it sometimes does, or whether I should just get it over with and hurl. It's like I'm mostly all the way to cruising altitude, but maybe not quite. So I'm gonna try to hold off for a couple more minutes before I decide to just say, it's time to puke and get it over with. Of course, I could let a bomber make the decision for me.
Meow. You're so talkative today.
The only reason you weren't hanging out with us for last week, Trouble, is not because Cameron was here, it's because you have an irrational fear of Cameron.
Yes.
I hope Cameron enjoyed his stay. We were not necessarily the most exciting people in the world, but I don't think that's really what he expects from us when he comes up here.
No, and he did say that he's been getting like more rest than he has in a while, and his arms weren't hurting. So
That's good.
yeah. And he's such a good guest. I mean,
Oh, I know. He couldn't be a more considerate house guest.
I can't believe it. It's really like cooking us food and stuff. So nice. Meow. Meow.
That was quite a bit of mushrooms this morning in the tea. I poured a little bit more mushrooms into it than I intended to. At that point, what are you going to do? Pick them out of the water, put them back in the bag? No. But, it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of difference, really. Or do a lot of them or a little bit. It seems to be kind of the same trip.
It goes differently for me. I can tell. Meow. Do you want someone to watch you eat?
Okay. So I'm just gonna do a bong rip. I assume that's gonna make me puke. Because there's not very much fun about feeling nauseous.
Oh, meow.
So at that point, you might as well just pull the bong rip and go pill. Otherwise you're just gonna be like all day long. It's weird. It's like this Stratera does the same thing it does when I'm not on mushrooms. It just makes everything all like kind of calm, kind of flat. Well, I pulled the bong rib.
I'm good.
And I didn't puke.
Oh.
So, I guess the nausea will just go away. That's the tarot card of nausea right there. I'll try another one. I'm still feeling nauseous. You know what I meant to do? What I failed to do is get some ginseng, which purportedly, take it with mushroom tea, makes you alleviates the nausea.
Really?
Supposedly, that's what somebody said online, or someone said in the chat one time.
That would be a plus for me.
Yeah, that would be a plus for me too, obviously.
Yeah.
The thing is, only sometimes do I feel nauseous, and it's only when I'm in less than peak physical condition, I think. So the fact that I have a little bit of a chest infection, in my opinion, links to why I'm nauseous. Or I don't know, it could just be completely wrong pattern seeking here. Mushrooms, it's impossible to make meaning out of. It's really weird. Like, I've never met a drug so resistant to explaining it before.
Yeah.
Or predicting it, you know? Okay, well, what if I afford you like 6 different vectors of variability? Can I then predict you? No. You still can't predict me. Well, mushrooms, because I'm not your bitch, is what mushroom says to me every time. I'm not your bitch, so just get over it already. Fine, mushrooms. Fine. Be that way. See if I care. Just go ahead and be however you are, mushrooms. I'll just have to deal with it. Like it feels like the mushroom gods are responding positively to that, but I'm sure that's just my imagination. It also looks like I've got like another set of eyes than I do. Like that one guy.
Hi, Ellis Ranger Caretaker.
I recognize some of what I'm feeling is strateginess, not mushroominess. So it's like in general, strateginess, I want to go a little bit, while also being very calm. Normally, I experience the part just in my stomach, kind of, and I just take a couple of antacids to make it go away. But I'm experiencing the head part of it more consciously now. I think on mushrooms, and it feels kind of like eh. If you wanted to explain what the feeling feels like, that's what it feels like. So it sounds like. Humans sure are messy creatures. I noticed that when I'm driving around or with all these like old cars in their yards and like our yard is like full of like little gray pieces of the wall that I have to clean up. Cover it all over everything. And then I try to put a bong rip in the bong, but I just make such a mess everywhere. I just make such a mess every time.
Yeah, I get it. That's the same thing.
Even though it's the perfect tool for the job, I still make an incredible mess. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, humans don't own the concept of clean and messy. Other mammals demonstrate an understanding of that concept as well. Shit where they sleep, for example. you know, they and dogs will run around, roll, walk around in a circle and make the grass go flatter, so that things are less messy. But that's just the forces of entropy. Yes. Those are just the relentless forces of entropy. He's playing guess where I am now. And we don't know.
I just hope he's okay.
He's fine. He's just experiencing the after effects of like a week of self-enforced separation from us. It's like he used to hang out with us every day, and then Cameron comes here, and he's got this weird, irrational fear of Cameron. But
I swear it's because they're
with everybody except us.
Yeah.
It's not just Cameron.
It
any
is with
other
everybody.
person.
Like he's gonna have it's gonna be an issue for him.
At the wedding.
Yeah.
Well, he's just gonna have to deal with it.
He's gonna have to.
He's a cat. This is my second channel because I got banned on my other channel. That's not a very good, very good sign. I guess you got banned a long time ago. You've been around since 2010. You've been around longer than me. You got banned way back in like 2008 or something? Wow. That's impressive. That was range caretaker to get banned back then. You would have had to really be terrible. They didn't ban anybody back then.
Trouble is like he didn't used to be scared of people. He used to be like, I'm the cat. Like you be scared of me.
Well,
And
that's when you looked at him from a distance, though.
sure, but he has. I think he's chilled since having his nuts cut off.
Yeah.
Um,
He's always been skittish of other people, though, except for us. And my dad to a certain extent.
yeah, your dad. He went up to your dad for pets and stuff.
Yeah. But it's been it. Like Delilah couldn't pet him. Like just like we can't pet Delilah's cat at all.
Yeah, no, he doesn't let me. He lets me feed him at least. I'm happy to do that.
You've more successfully had integration with her cat than I have.
But see, the thing is, you had a better first day meeting him. Like when you first got him, he really took to you. Like he was really like staring at you, and
Huh.
yeah.
Maybe he thinks I abandoned him. That's why he doesn't like me now. Maybe.
Maybe.
But regardless, not Trouble's cat. Delilah's cat. Delilah's cat won't come near me.
He doesn't really. Well, he doesn't really come near anyone. Remember, she said that.
Just like Trouble.
Yeah, yeah. They look even similar.
They're very dog-like cats.
Yeah, both of them. Because Delilah told us a story about how, like, I think her cousin went over to her apartment to babysit Zuko, and Zuko stayed in like a scared cat position, like for like 20 minutes with her cousin like having a stare down. Like, can I trust you?
Yeah, I don't tend to remember those kind of stories that Delilah tells me. It's got to be something a little bit more pizzazz to it. I like to listen to Delilah. It doesn't necessarily mean I remember what she says. I like to listen to Delilah more really than I like to listen to anybody else.
Yeah.
I'll sit there and listen to Delilah talk her indefinitely. Just enjoy the sound of her. That's, a good parent-child relationship is not that common. One like me and Delilah is very uncommon. But of course, it's easy to have a very good relationship when neither of you think you need to spend any time together to have a good relationship. So I don't know what to say about that part, but that's just something that occurred to me. It's like, oh, I have a great relationship, and we rarely talk to each other. And even more rarely, not about transactional shit. But every time I spend time with her, I'm always delighted by her company.
That's what really matters.
Yeah. We're both bipolar, which means we have a tendency to burst into tears, you know. And that's the thing. It's like in a society or humanity in general, there's all these various stories that all of us. And for those of us who are intuitives, it's very easy to imprint those as normative things. Like, I should be, well, for me anyway, I should be like the hero in that story, and 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 like the hero in that story. Of course, you can never only be anybody. You can never only be. You can never only be anybody but yourself. And regardless, trying to have these externalities as like goals to uphold ontologically is just inherently fucked up. And it's not like anybody intended this to happen, right? There's where people make it some sort of fundamental attribution bias. I guess I have this kind of allergic reaction to fundamental attribution bias. That's what makes me so angry at like Mr. Bobby's various nonsense. It's not that it's nonsense, it's that it's even when it's right, it's just an example of fundamental attribution bias, assuming that people, because things happen a certain way, somebody intended it to happen that way. I don't like that bias at all. It's responsible for so much wrongness. It's like a war criminal in intellectual terms. It's caused a holocaust of wrongness.
It's rather a big statement.
To say that the fundamental attribute, the fundamental attribution bias is a war criminal of the intellectual sphere, guilty of a holocaust of wrongness, is both bold and true. Kind of statement any good-hearted American can get behind. Here on Memorial Day weekend.
I like that we're like celebrating and also representing the Sabbath.
Right. And you know, my dad was like a super veteran. He
Yeah.
served in not one, but two armed forces. Two different armed forces. He was in the Army and the Navy.
But didn't he just like people coming up to him and saying thank you for your service?
Oh, yeah. You remember that one time at dinner I tried to tell him the truth about how I was impressed and admired his the sophistication of his reasoning about politics, and he was like, "Ah, stop that! You're making me embarrassed," or something like that.
Oh, I don't, but I believe it.
So it's like he didn't want me to tell him anything good about himself.
Yeah, only one time, only one Memorial Day or Veterans Day. I think it was Veterans Day. He was wearing his Navy hat, and I was like, "Oh, Happy Veterans Day!" And he was like, he
Right.
took it. Yeah.
Well, and you can just see how what a problem it is for an ESTJ double veteran like him to have a son like me. You know, it really comes into clarity now what a problem I was for him, just across the board, and how graciously he dealt with it. You know,
Yeah, he definitely did.
And he graciously dealt with it because he always said, well, that's just the way you are. Thanks, Dad. Anyway, he's a wonderful, great man, you know. And it's not like I'm a bad person at all. It's just that my kind of quality, it doesn't fit with his kind of reality, you know? And it's not something that one should celebrate. But, you know, in general, that's 8 slot FE. You don't worry about how things look. You worry about whether they're useful to you or
Yeah.
not. Equivalently, you don't worry about other people's dignity. You worry about their utility. And also taking care of them. You know, you take care of your family if you're an ESTJ
Yeah.
like nobody else.
It's true.
And unless you're damaged like Rachel's mom.
That's like a fucking different story, but you can see with Chawa too. You know, she goes above and beyond for her kids.
Well, she, you know, at a certain point, everyone's like, okay, but can I have a little bit of Eric being Eric here, or is it all just Eric being what ESTJ wants Eric to be? You know,
Well,
that's how I would experience being in that family. But my family wasn't nearly so oppressive as that. It, you know, my dad wasn't near. It was much busier than Chow was with work and stuff.
Yeah.
Chow has plenty of free time, obviously.
It's a good point.
They'll have a long conversation with me. I mean, her job is like every day or two or whatever to play some music for an hour or two. You know, that's if she's on call, right? Sometimes only her husband's on call. Sometimes only she's on call. Sometimes neither of them are on call. You know.
I had no idea that's how it was. I
Yeah, they got extras for every. They got a couple extra people for every instrument, right? Only depending on what you're playing, it depends on how many things you need, right? Like some big symphony requires all of your violins and all of your whatever. But if you're playing something else, it's like a Miana thing, you might have the day off. And for all that first chair, second chair, whatever shit, but they really want their working adults, they prefer days off regardless. And that's not how they determine the days off just as equal, fair, random thing, but nothing to do with what chair you are. So and they obviously get paid a lot of money to do this job. It's not easy to get, so good for them, yeah.
Yeah, it is good for them. But you know, well,
They have practices too. That's good sometimes.
yeah.
That's good practice. So, but those are whatever. You know, it's like they're kind of intermittent because you're dealing with professional philharmonic people, especially post COVID. The expectation is prepare independently at home. You can prepare, you know, mutually by a video conference maybe or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know you there.
But they obviously have a lot of time that they don't have to go down to the concert hall. You know.
Yeah.
When they do have to go down to the concert hall, it's like, oh, I have to go to the concert hall. So, you know, they got good jobs.
They do.
They got great jobs. They're fancy people. They got the
They're
best house I have ever seen.
It's beautiful.
It is, you know, it is frankly, it just kicks our house's ass.
Oh yeah.
It's so gorgeous.
It is. It's gorgeous.
And of course, they have to live in LA. So in that regard,
But
our
they,
house obliterates their house's house. But, in terms of just pure house by itself, oh
it's
my
gorgeous.
God, it's
I mean, and they have
gorgeous.
a pool, a nice pool in the
They
backyard
got two
too.
pools on descending levels.
Oh shit! I didn't notice that.
Yeah,
They have high ceilings, very high ceilings.
super high ceiling.
Yeah,
Your kitchen
beautiful
is
kitchen. Oh
stunning.
my god, it's huge.
Oh my God, it's gorgeous.
It's made for people who love to cook.
And they cook wonderfully.
Yes, they do. We ate Hui's what was it, rib?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
spare ribs thing.
spare. It was delicious. I mean,
And you know what else I like about those people? We can get into huge ass fights with them. I yell and get mad at them or whatever, and it never affects our relationship at all.
no, it doesn't.
So that is just beautiful. They both stopped calling me Mr. Strauss for some reason. It's just that Asian thing. I'm gonna start calling her Chow Wasan.
Oh my god, I fucking call you Mr. Strauss too when we're
I know when you're on the phone, you just encourage that. I'm sitting on the toilet and it's like, okay, I'll ask Mr. Strauss that.
Because, like, for some reason, I feel like if I say your name, they won't know who I'm talking about.
Well, it's every tool in general. There's lots of nuanced reasons why you want to use the name they just use rather than a different one. Because they might interpret it as you correcting them, blah, 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 all kinds of other things. But it's just safer. In other words, the FE tool's safe course of action is just to use the same name they just used and assume that that's going to be the best choice because you're not going to offend anybody that way.
Yeah.
And of course, she's right. It doesn't offend me at all. I just think I have to remember that it's just an Asia thing.
I have to remember that too because, like, sometimes I feel like a secretary.
Right, and you act like it.
I know.
Yeah, I know. You act totally like a secretary on the phone with her when she's telling you what to do with me.
Yeah.
But you fill that job. It's the job you're filling. You do an excellent job
Thank
of
you.
it.
Thank you.
It's just really kind of like strange. You have to be unipolar to have the kind of relationship Taiwan and I have, and still have such a transactional relationship with us. You know. Because Chow and I are always yelling at each other and stuff, or I'm yelling at her.
Well, you know what though? You're
She's
like
not listening to me.
You're like Naked and Afraid Brazil. Like how
Right. Okay, well, no one gets left behind, so come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's much more like Naked and Afraid Brazil.
Yeah.
Except, and the key thing, the way that works is if you have a small group of in and everybody else is out, that's what's fun. But, that's not a good way to do public policy, Brazil. I want to encourage your communitarianism in public policy.
That's fair. I didn't either. But I was impressed with I'm not even just impressed. I was a little bit like, that's interesting. They fight like Yogo and the blonde chick who was high FI.
Yeah, they had some wicked fights.
Yeah, but then
they were all in the same boat. They understood the boat metaphor. That's the difference between them and the other Naked and Afraid America ones. Is appropriately Naked and Afraid America ones don't treat it as a boat.
They don't. They definitely don't at all.
That's appropriate. This is a boat. You reserve that for your relationship.
Yeah.
You don't, in your family, you don't have boats for other people. But in Naked and Afraid Brazil, it was quite a touching testimony to the power of communitarianism. Fine. But still.
It didn't, like, some of the behavior, like, what Renee, like, great survivalist, like, fucking skills of a fucking champ. Like, there's no way that he wasn't gonna not finish. But, totally, like, kind of a dick. Like,
Oh yeah, he was. He was
you
so.
know,
He was a. He's not. He's not a misogynist, but he's the opposite of a feminist.
yeah.
He's like the really women should be home. He's not really a misogynist in any sense of the word that you could point
No.
to, but you just tell that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
And all the women understood him as this kind of archetype of Brazilian man, and sort of periodically referenced things that we didn't really have a reference in English. Like, well, that's him being Brazilian kind of man relationship with Brazilian women that we don't really understand what those words mean.
Yeah. But no, it's Naked and Afraid. The United States version is like,
There's not with your partner. Fine. There's generally an agreement. Like, okay, we're a team.
yeah.
Sometimes, sometimes there's an agreement on that. Sometimes people end up leaving.
I know.
They go, fuck this noise. I'm making my own
Yeah.
shelter over there. This fucker can take care of himself.
Yeah,
We're both
they've
adults,
had that. Yeah, there happens a lot.
It happened plenty in
Mhm.
American one.
Mhm.
Brazilian ones are like, well, no matter what, we never leave anyone behind. Everybody's got to make it to the end. Even though we all started out as like 5 distinct pairs, we
Yes.
somehow all found each other.
Yes.
And now 9 of us 9 out of 10 make it to the end.
Yeah, 9 out of 10.
Together as a big group.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's not how it would play out at all in America, Naked and Afraid.
No. Didn't you say like someone like basically got out of the car and was like, "Oh, I'm tapping him out."
I mean, yeah, people tap all the time, Certainly, there's no sense that we win and lose as a team when there's more than one couple, unless it's imposed on them. Somebody might try to introduce that notion. And you got a smart person like Jeff who's going to be like, fuck that. We are neighbors, not roommates. I like Jeff a lot. I like his way of thinking better. But you can see it biting him in the ass in Naked and Afraid. What's it called? Last One Standing.
Yeah. And it's like to the point which, like, I'm interested to see what his partner does, because his partner is an ISFP most likely, and he's an ENFJ, and that's an illusionary mirage relations in socionics. So I want to see, because people have been kind of talking to her saying, hey, we don't like Jeff. We know that, like,
How can that be a mirage relationship if one of them's an N and one of them's an S? Whereas for us, it's mirage and both of us are N's.
I don't know. Hold on. I might be wrong.
Okay.
I'll check it.
Unless it's one of those lopsided ones where, but I don't know.
Let me check it.
Yeah, we'll find out. Did Hollywood Rachel get her thing right about their type? Or is Sociology's other type? Let's find out. I love the title of that show. BoJack Horseman.
It's so good.
Hollywood stars and celebrities. Do they know things? What do they know? Let's find out.
It's so funny. Okay, so I'm looking at ENFJ and ISFJ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, illusionary.
It's J and ENFJ, right? Okay, well, I guess they're mirage. I don't know.
Yeah, somehow. Like.
Well, let's see how it works out. Okay, so you got FE, FI, Right. And then you've got tool function. This is hard to do on mushrooms.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's interesting. I'm like picturing it in my head differently than I normally do. Okay, so then let's see. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There are mirage types.
So I'd like to see like how it plays out for them. Whether she like takes him out or whether she's like,
Well, she's not indicated at any point that she likes Jeff particularly. She's not been particularly loyal or anything. But he's done a poor job of focusing on her as a partner, taking her as for granted she's not going to tap, right?
that's true.
And that's part of the economy they're having now is because he's not respecting her SI enough. He's kicking her in the 6 slot SI with his like, we don't need a shelter, we'll be fine shit. You know?
Yeah, that's like a bold.
That's a Jeff. It's just one cold night. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Like, not everyone's like Steve and Jeff. Like, you need to have a shelter.
I mean, even Steven would be like, no, there's nothing that sucks as bad as the cold.
No, right. That one time it happened with them. They were like, remember, like they were a team.
Yeah.
They had like basically like just like.
It's a pretty badass team. He might be an ISFP too. You know? That's a pretty badass team.
Mm-hmm, it is.
And you can see how he like basically looks at it, Brett, chill out. That's his contribution to their partnership. All he's got to do is Brett and I, and Jeff will be constrained appropriately. Jeff, who's FE Dom, is looking for, looking at Steven's authentic FI all the time, like a canary in the coal mine, right? Anytime his FI goes off, then like, oh Jesus, that's Jeff panic mode. Steven might not like me right now. Oh my God, heaven forbid.
Yeah. But even Steven right now is like, he's not into Jeff.
Right. Well, because Jeff's taken immediately to the meaning of the new show right at the beginning. He's not, everybody else that wants it to experientially happen to them. The only other one's on the same page with Jeff is Matt, but Matt's going about it in a smarter way than Jeff is.
I agree. But yeah, he's definitely got to kind of maybe make a shelter.
Yeah, he should make a shelter. and she's finally like putting her foot down, like, no, I am not going to be just sleeping on the ground again all night. Like, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Jeff, I was just sleeping on cold rocks all night.
Yeah, and it's so funny too because like one time she woke up and she was like, Jeff, you woke me up, and he was like, yeah, I just moved over here, it's better.
Yeah. She has like no place to sleep. He wakes up in the morning like, wow, I was just sleeping, and then somehow she's all like didn't sleep all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on.
funny. But I root for Jeff too.
Yeah, I like Jeff. I like Jeff's non-communitarianism.
Yeah.
So yes, the Brazilian thing was a beautiful testament to groups coming together and everybody being like a family even though you're strangers. Like that noise. You know, you don't got room for everybody on your boat.
No.
They should have their own boats. Let them deal with their boats, you deal with your boats. Good fences make good neighbors. I mean, we don't actually have any fences ourselves, but you get the metaphor.
Yeah.
But that's only true. The good fences make good neighbors when you have livestock.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can just have a property line, but people respect the property line. That's fine.
But that's why those people should have made wooden fences instead of.
Well, you can't blame them for not anticipating this historical
That's true.
knocking over their fence.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure their fence
They did have a fence.
was fine until history's worst winter came and knocked it over.
Yeah.
So you may be at some point, if they haven't fixed it a long time afterwards, go like, okay, you need to fix your fence now. But you give them a little bit of a break on this one.
And like everyone's probably giving them a break because it's not like you hear it on next door or anything anymore.
Well, they must have resolved their livestock problem. If your livestock problems are resolved, then nobody cares about your fences, right?
It's true.
So, like, we don't have any fences, and we never, shockingly, never encounter anybody trespassing. People stay in their own house, in their own place. They don't go walking around onto other people's property. We did accidentally.
Yeah,
last week.
accidentally. It's taken pretty seriously around here.
But we did not mean to at all.
No. I rekindled it very well.
In general, people are, taken seriously around here, trespassing, you know. Our neighbors across the way have a sign that says trespassers will be shot.
Yeah.
Which I think is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
But whatever. And I also think these Homeland Security signs I see periodically are absolutely ridiculous. Like, you're going to report suspicious characters to Homeland Security. What is that supposed to mean? Really, what do you mean by suspicious characters? It's like whoever put that sign up has this vision in their head of what a suspicious character looks like. And I don't like that. But regardless, there aren't any suspicious characters around here. Like, that you report to Homeland Security. This is as far from a target as you could possibly imagine a place being. So
people in California don't even know that it exists.
Like, no terrorist with even the brain of a goat would target around here. This is like, you gotta be kidding me.
If you're coming from even like the East Coast, you like, depending on where you're coming from, you have to take like 3 planes to get here.
Yeah.
Like a terrorist is not gonna.
The biggest airport nearby is Fresno.
Yeah.
It's like, you want a high profile target, you're looking at exactly the wrong spot.
Yeah, like honestly, Homeland Security would probably be pissed. Like, yo, this person is a citizen. Like, you don't need to be calling us for that.
Let's target the middle of the mountains in the middle of California where nobody else for no reason. That would not be a good idea.
No.
So, of course, maybe that's why I'm not a strategist for the terrorists. You never know.
Maybe.
And after all, they're being terrorists. They're already pretty dumb. So who knows what they're thinking? Well, they could pick targets the same way we picked our house via an astrology app.
Yep. Which is basically just like
Right.
going on a map.
It told us information about it too. So.
It did, yeah.
It wasn't just like, oh, that's our spot.
No, not at all.
It said why, and it said, well, these good paragraphs. And we were in Mariposa County, and we couldn't get equally good paragraphs for any of the other places around.
No.
So, obviously, you go with the place with the good paragraphs.
Yeah.
Because you had to be good for her and me. So it's hard to find any place that had good paragraphs for both of us. Except right here.
Yeah.
That's how we chose. We should write that horrible astrology app. Oh my god, that is the worst app ever. Its map interface is like a dystopian nightmare. You cannot find things on it. You cannot find locations on it. It's couldn't be worse.
I swear, like, it must be like me being a 9, like having patience with it, because I want to know. I want to know.
It's
like,
TE
so I'm like,
polar versus TE6. TE6 goes, oh my god, what a horrific map interface is
I can't
this?
even do it right now.
Let's bring it up and show people what happens.
It's pretty fucking frustrating, let me tell you.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Anyway, we should make a video called the shitty app that chose our house for us.
Yeah. No.
What it's like when you let a stupid app with a terrible interface determine where you're gonna live. The ensuing years.
Do you want my birth stuff or yours?
Well, before you had it with you showed it with both of us, You have to do it one at a time.
Yeah,
This is how shitty of an interface it is, of course.
You have to do it one at a time.
It's a terrible app. But that's not really to be expected. You have to do. You don't necessarily give you a feature of doing couples. Anyway, you have to do it one at a time. Fine. You do you. What does it say about you here? Well, first of all, what's the app called?
Astro.com.
Astro.com.
Astro click try. You go to astro.com.
Can I see your phone for a second?
Sure.
Okay, so it's not an app on your phone?
No.
Oh, it's like a website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's a website, astro.com, and one of its features tells you about your astrology and a certain location on the globe.
Yeah.
And Rachel likes this website, even though that explains why it has such an insanely terrible map interface. It's embedded in a website, but they don't use something like Google Maps or something. Like they've written their own code or something. I don't know.
Let me see. Travel.
Maybe it's just because you're looking at an iPhone too. That might be part of the problem.
Possibly.
We've never tried using it. I didn't know it was a a web page.
Mm-hmm.
I really say this a lot. So much heartache. I thought it was an app on the phone.
Oh my god, no way.
Oh my god, it would be so much easier to deal with as a web page.
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy to do it on my phone.
TE6 and TE7 strike first.
Okay, so I'm at Los Angeles right now.
Let's look at it on the computer, Rachel.
Okay.
It'll be so much easier.
I have to remember my password.
Oh god, I think you have a password?
Yeah.
Ah.
I know.
This is getting so hard.
I know.
Now it's too hard.
It is just too hard. I can do it right now. I found Los Angeles.
This is how shitty the phone interface on this thing
Yeah.
is. Rachel's celebrating having found Los Angeles.
Oh my god.
That's how shitty astrology.com's map interface is. Let's look at it.
It is not easy.
Let's look at this hilarious thing. What?
It takes me forever to find Mariposa.
It's just like, oh, I found Los Angeles. Well, okay, let's try to find Mariposa.
Oh shit. Okay, so you can see there's Visalia.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, so this is the little bit of, or I guess it is Google Maps. But then, no, it says, no, it's not Google Maps. It's OpenStreetMap. That's what it is. It's an open source competitor to Google Maps. And it's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, it is.
I push zoom in.
It's not, right?
And it doesn't zoom in. It takes me to information about this stupid-ass product. Go back to where I was. I don't know what happened.
Oh my god.
It's an absolute nightmare. And Rachel somehow persisted through that nightmare on her phone
Yeah.
to find Mariposa County.
Yeah.
First for herself, and then for me.
Uh-huh.
And then she was able to determine that Mariposa is the only place around that had good paragraphs for both of us.
It's not the only place.
I
But
mean,
in California. Yeah.
yeah, the only place within our possible range where we're gonna live.
Yeah, because we had like tested it out for a few places.
Like it didn't work for Oregon either.
No, it didn't.
So that app is how we decided to go to live here.
Okay, there's Oakhurst.
Hooray, you found Oakhurst.
Yeah.
You're really making some progress now.
Shit. I'm trying to find 49, right? That's what I'm looking for. It's like not even.
Oh, right, I can't do it on the computer because we have to log in to do this stupid shit.
Yup.
It is
I don't know
horrible.
my password.
Horrible webpage. Anyway, that webpage, that whole webpage, no matter how terrible it was, made an excellent decision.
Yeah.
She can't even find the paragraphs for us because you can't find where we live on the map interface because it's so oppressively terrible.
Oh, there it is. Yay. Found it. Mariposa. In these regions, you will discover support for your ambitious projects. You get together with like minded individuals and work out a common strategy. If you are seeking support for your ventures from the masses or social recognition, you can count on the necessary majority vote. Your target is worldly success, even when occasional uncertainties threaten you to want to crawl into a hole and hide. But the temptation of reputation, authority, and power is greater and pushes you up the social ladder towards success. Other people, friends, or acquaintances lend their support and make your path easier. Here you become a spokesperson, a legitimate representative, some group or collective. Moon's nose slash MC line gives you an understanding about the meaning and purpose of this earthly existence. If you come closer to fulfilling your destiny. People who have trouble detaching from the parental home and their past can get the necessary impetus to make it happen.
Okay, so I want to research a little Mariposa. The thing is, when I checked everything rationally, we checked off all of our boxes too. We actually visited the place. We were delighted with it. It was exactly the right cross of authentic, old school, rural, and a little bit of boutiquiness, you
Yeah.
know?
So do you want to hear what it says for you?
Oh, is it different?
Yes.
Sure.
Crossing moon slash moon's nodes. This conjunction provides good and stimulating connections, which are less based on rational but rather on emotional and unconscious premises. This region is excellent for advertising and public relations because your message goes for the senses and the gut reaction and is not blocked by your analytical mind. This degree of latitude is a powerful and effective starting point in the search for popularity and success.
Let me pause you right there. I want to give an example of that last thing. Obviously, astrology is bullshit, but that doesn't mean I won't let it pick my house. you know. Go ahead, Rachel.
You have easy access to all sorts of people, which guarantees increased popularity. In addition, your daily contact with women, family members, and children receives a pleasant stimulation.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly stimulated. I feel pleasantly stimulated a lot.
That's good.
I feel a lot of pleasant stimulations, which is important. Anyway, so I love the fact that I fully know that astrology is complete bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that also that Rachel knows a different way than I know. And so I trust her more than I trust myself when it comes to things like where to live. And I don't, just as she doesn't dig around and question me about how I'm being rational, I don't question her about how she's being irrational. You know?
No, I already know that I am.
Well, the thing is, you've got whatever kind of bullshit that you need. Like, it's like, look, magician, sorcerer, magic people in D&D and Dungeons and Dragons or this kind of worlds, they always have to have something between the magic within them and the actual outcome. Like sometimes it's a wand, sometimes it's words, sometimes it's jutsu. They always got to have something. You don't bother critiquing the magic user on the fact that their thing is arbitrary. Oh, why are you using words when you could use a wand? You're missing the point, right? Astrology is like that for Rachel. It's her word or her wand or whatever. Yes, that thing is always arbitrary and bullshit. But I trust her, the magician, or a mage, you know, and I don't bother interfering, questioning her about her processes. Just as she doesn't question me about my processes of being rational. I mean, she might ask questions that's implicit to my processes. That's fine. Such things are not implicit to holistic processes like magic. So, there, I've done my job. I've explained everything again.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There are only 5 people were here for that explanation.
I know, I can't believe that.
That was such a good
It
explanation,
was such a
too.
good explanation.
Well,
Oh my god, it all started with my butt. Acacia.
we still have that little chat activity.
Yeah,
Wow.
I know.
We're still
I know,
back
it's very
then.
odd, isn't it?
It is unusual.
Yeah.
But you know, chats, live streams are like mushroom trips. They're unpredictable.
They are unpredictable.
You know, Sphincter puckering excitement doesn't seem to be drawing a lot of crowd. Unsurprisingly. That's right, I already checked you out. You're a strange person, but you're not a sock puppet. this this person here, I already checked them out there.
Yeah.
They're not they are a strange person, but they're not a sock puppet.
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is like probably the least chat active live stream ever.
Yeah. People socializing?
Well, earlier they were, but that was just when extroverts were here. And as soon as you accidentally yeah, dude. Gucci channel. As soon as you timed out Acacia, everything went
Yeah.
bad.
I feel so bad.
I'm just kidding, Rachel, obviously. Oh, you already cried your eyes out 3 times over. So, you know, there's plenty of sorrow, I think.
You're right.
3 eye cries is adequate amount of sorrow. I didn't cry my eyes out even one time over it, even though I like Acacia too. Wow, this has been an interesting mushroom trip. Very unusual seeming in a lot of regards. Like, you don't seem to be feeling very pukey.
No. None.
Which is great.
Yeah.
I don't feel pukey anymore either, you know?
It's great.
It was just part of the normal climbing air sickness symptoms that I might get. I didn't quite realize how high a soaring altitude we were going to get to here. But now it seems obvious to me that I'm tripping very hard on mushrooms.
I'm like definitely tripping a little bit. Like, I look there and I keep on thinking that the thing is spinning.
That's not spotted.
It's not.
The thing is, we're tripping this hard on mushrooms. It's just a very strange mushroom trip. Must be the addition of this Stratera, I think, has something to do with it.
Mm.
It's like, because I'm pretty sure I'm tripping balls, but I don't sound like it. So, you know, it might just be the power of Stratera. Or it might just be I have such an old head that you can't give me enough mushrooms to make me feel like I'm really tripping that hard or something. I don't know. But I do feel like I'm tripping super hard. And of course, I like tripping on mushrooms a lot. But the experiences aren't usually this lucid. You know, I would say.
Take your pick.
Okay, I will. I pick this one, of course, because you can't take all of the top or all the bottom. You gotta pick one from the middle. It's a dog. He's jumping alongside some sticks, and they're all moving in the right direction. Forward! Let's go!
Yeah.
Which number is that one? I can't see shit right now. I guess I'm my glasses on. 8 sticks.
Speed.
Here's the thing, everybody. Let me tell you something. If vision is very important to you, then you're in luck. Because even if your eyes get bad as you get older, glasses work great. You can see great with your glasses on.
That's great.
But if vision is not important to you, like it's not very important to me, then it's just a pain in the ass. It's like, I don't care about my eyes getting older or whatever very much, because I don't care to look at things very much, right? But when I can't read things, it's just a pain in the ass. So I have to find my glasses, put them on, because I've been wanting to get it for such a long time, but for some reason still have not gotten one of those things that goes around your neck.
Oh shit.
Croakies. It's the only thing I know what they're called. Croakies. The problem with it in general is that I don't know what they're called, so that's why I haven't gotten any. They should have a clear name. They don't, and that's getting in my way of accomplishing things. I don't like it when they're not all facing the same direction. The problem with reversals is you decide ahead of time how many to put upside down and which ones to put upside down, or you just let it randomly happen over time like Rachel does.
Or what?
Or you just randomly let it happen over time
Yeah.
like Rachel does.
Yeah, it does happen. Like, you know, when I've been in a deck and they're all
like
different.
you're not purposely putting someone's upside down and someone's right side up.
No.
You don't know hardly ever which side is right side up or which side is
Yeah,
right side
I
down.
don't. And I don't read. I just don't read reversals. I just chose to do it that way. I used to always.
That's the best way to do it, because what I'm saying is the alternative way is either to empower your general nature of sloppiness to make most of the cards negative instead of positive, or is to purposefully turn around certain of them because you don't like what they mean right side up.
No, yeah.
So you're doing it the right way. You're just saying, I'm not gonna do what Eric's doing right now. That's a waste of time. I just won't read any reversals.
Yeah.
People who read reversals, they don't seem to get it that reversals don't work because of the reasoning I've already articulated there.
Nicely done.
Thanks. And it's predicated on the fact that most of the cards are by and large positive. So if you do reversals, you're making the deck more negative. Generally, if you do like accidental reversals, like Rachel style reversals, like by being sloppy with the deck. Oh,
Now flew out. And shows you.
the devil plus a surprise card. What's this one?
5, 6, 7, 8 of swords.
What's that one, man?
I don't know.
You know. You always know.
8 of swords is not one that I actually really know that well. It has to do with like holding yourself back. Yeah.
I'm saying you're not tripping as hard as you could be if you hadn't taken Astra Terra.
Maybe.
I mean, what a trippy card, too. What an appropriate card for right now and what's going on. This dog is clearly tripping balls.
Yeah, even his eyes. Wow.
And the whole card, look at it below it, right?
Wow.
It's all melty.
It is.
And this guy, he's got a Stratera crow on top of his head. And if that weren't there, it'd be all those little crows instead. These are beautiful cards.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh my god, they're really well done.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, like I love this one and this one a lot, but then some of them I don't like this one. You know, this has got too much stuff going on. It's too girly, too flowery. Just evaluating the picture itself, you know.
10 of pence.
Like this is a gorgeous card right here. The way this picture is, look at it. How beautiful is that?
It really is.
You almost never see a human hand in any of them.
Oh, wow.
But you see it with the 5 of swords. I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why also.
And you almost never see a card in any of these cards. Well, there's a card in this one, hidden away. Do you see it? Do you see all the cards in there?
Yes.
That's the 10 of cups. Even cats are invited to your party if it's the 10 of cups. Even cats are invited to the dog party when it's the 10 of cups. This 5 of cups. Oh, it's good. It's conceptually, it does so much stuff with one image. Look how much stuff that does.
I know, it's perfect.
This is trying to be a good deck.
It really is.
Kind of a deck, it's kind of a silly deck like dogs, you know, like conceptually, there's not much to the concept. Just terror with dogs, though. You know, it's very anti. They're having a kind of dog, you know. They're all different kinds of dogs.
Mm-hmm.
This one looks upside down, but isn't.
The elusive, the hangman.
That's kind of clever than to do it that way. I guess that's probably how it's done in the original deck, too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. This one's upside down. I don't want any of your upside down cards.
Oh, God, how did they even call them upside down?
I don't know how you get so many upside down cards. It's like, what you do is purposefully go through your deck and turn upside down the ones you don't like the tower card. I do great. Every time I play tarot, I always great. You know, I get upside down tarot. I was so fortunate to be. I got reversal. No, see, that's the kind of bullshit that's empowered by reversals. You don't want to do reversals. You want to be a serious tarot person.
Yeah, honestly,
Because reversals are either purposeful or just empowering your sloppiness to make the deck more negative than it should be.
yeah. Don't forget about this one.
Oh, I forgot about the devil. He's invited to the party too.
Yeah.
In fact, he's the host of the party.
He is the host of the party.
He's the P. Diddy in the P. Diddy Did That episode of South Park. It's called a bit of a South Park mixed metaphor, I guess. I'm going to accuse it of being. You'll excuse me for a second while I clear the ontological dust from the windscreen of my consciousness. Doesn't that sound like Carlos Castaneda?
I don't know who that is.
The guy who wrote about mushrooms, or about drinking on mushrooms, or other psychedelics, I don't know. They're ridiculous books. I read them all. In retrospect, they're ridiculous. I was very young when I was reading them.
We like ridiculous things when we're younger.
Yeah. I'm not proud of my liking Carlos Castaneda's books. But I did.
I read Sweet Valley High.
Well, that's a lot more. Nothing wrong with that. There is liking Carlos Castaneda's magical woohoo nonsense. Liking Sweet Valley High is neutral. That's just neutral. Okay. It means you liked something that was age directed rather than universalist for once. That's as particularist as you can come up with in your history of your taste.
Yeah, it is.
Sweet Valley High.
I used to read.
Even that's pretty universalist.
What up to anyone who knows Sweet Valley High?
Did you identify with one of the characters?
No, I wanted to.
But none of them were written as INFJs, that's why.
No, they weren't.
Because probably the whole books were written by censors.
You're not. There was this one book, and it was like they had a pool party, and I imagined myself being invited. Like I was like, this would be so much fun.
If I would be invited to the pool party for the fancy girls.
Yeah.
You were born Sparkle Core, Rachel. And you may not come out very often underneath that cool INFJ exterior of yours. But I can still see the Sparkle Core sparkling beneath.
Thank you. That jives with like 1985 in my mind.
I grew up with an ISTP friend named Carlos Castaneda, good guitarist, funny guy. Probably not the same guy who wrote those ridiculous books. Yeah, or the books that you had to get permission from your parents to read at the school library. Of course, the fact that there was such a section immediately made me get my parents to give me permission for it. Because what in the world? There's got to be good stuff back here.
Yeah.
And that's where all the drug books were.
Interesting.
Like Carlos Castaneda.
That's
like
so
the
cool.
parental permission knowledge.
Wow.
This knowledge is too dangerous for you to have without parental permission.
Oh my god, no.
I'm not daddy.
Oh no, what the heck?
Now,
That's a mistake too?
now it's
Oh
like daddy.
shit.
That's like daddy. Time me on Acacia.
Oh my god. Or Acacia.
What?
Oh my god, I did that before too,
I
my
know.
daddy. Or Acacia.
It's not a good day to be an acacia tree around here, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, poor acacia's really having a rough day.
She
Right
really is. All she wants to do is join the chat.
This reminds me of the title. Everything's going to be fine except Barbara.
It is kind of like that.
Everything's going to be fine except Acacia.
Yeah. It kind of has been like that.
Like, I do think it's a funny title. Everything's going to be fine except Barbara. I'm sure Acacia actually probably appreciates all the additional attention heaped on her since she doesn't seem to be saying much anyway. She's like, oh gosh, you spent so much time talking about me now. And otherwise, if you wouldn't accidentally time me out, you wouldn't be talking about me at all. It's fine, back daddy. You didn't ban her.
I did the same. It's okay.
Rachel, I can't take it away from you after Rachel just did it herself.
Yeah.
That's just a little bit too TI. It stings my TI too much.
No, that's not fair. It's an accident. Unfortunately, it happened to Acacia twice. It just happened to happen.
I mean, you're not like fucking Boba Fett, who every time I give him the wrench, like bans 3 people by accident. You know,
oh, really?
That's ridiculous. Yeah. He's so careless with his wrench making that I had to take it away from him. He's not responsible enough to have a wrench because he accidentally bans people all the time or times them out or other things, you know. He's just too terrible at it. You're not even in the same ballpark as Boba Fett's terribleness. Mac Daddy said, don't even think about it. It's fine. I'm sure Casey would tell you the same thing if she weren't timed out.
Mac Daddy does have a point. I wonder the same thing.
Well, I don't say those things out loud. So you guys are a problem here, because you guys say things out loud that I don't say out loud.
You're right. You're right.
So.
We are in the wrong.
Miss Fortune, you're here finally.
Yay!
You arrived after the devil. It's usually a good idea to arrive before the devil. But when the devil looks this cute, who can resist? Who can resist that little guy? That's like an adorable devil.
So cute.
Well, I'm not sure if we really puckered that many sphincters today. It may be the case that my promise of sphincter puckering excitement is a little bit over-promisy. It's possible that there remain some unpuckered sphincters out there. In which case, I'm going to ask you to just pucker them willingly. The implication of the title is that your sphincter will be puckering without any willingness on your part. That's how exciting it will be. In fact, I have felt my sphincter puckered most of the mushroom trip, I think. I noticed I'm kind of like, physically, you know, kind of need to settle into my seat here. These chairs were a great idea again. These chairs.
Yeah.
These chairs are great.
They are.
We never picked such good chairs ourselves.
No.
This is the good work done by those people who had the house before us.
Yes.
The exception to most of what they did around here. Like it was ruined what I'm sure was a gorgeous house originally. With these stupid ceiling fans. And I guarantee I finally figured out yesterday why they did it.
Why?
Because our central heating and air conditioning unit doesn't have a fan setting.
Oh.
These fucking morons. They destroy what's a gorgeous home, inherently, with these ridiculous fucking ceiling fans in every room.
Yeah.
Which the home does not need. Because it's in the mountains. And if you want there to be a fan on, there's a central fan that's in the home here that was built with the home. And additionally, there's always breezes. Besides which, if it's hot, turn on the fucking air conditioning. But these anti-polar morons said because there's no fan setting on our central heating and air conditioning unit, we're going to put in these ugly ceiling fans in every room.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I often wonder why they're.
Yeah, but who wouldn't wonder why there are these oppressively wrong things in this home? Everything about them is wrong. The remote controls, like, who needs a remote control for your fucking ceiling fan? You're just adding, it stinks of ESTJ. It absolutely stinks of it. Unnecessary TE bullshit. And it clashes entirely with the INTJ genius who made this home.
What do you think was here before? Do you think there even was like?
I think there was a simple light fixture there of some sort, you know?
I can't picture it.
I mean, just picture it without the ceiling fan and everything below that. Just picture this part, except not incredibly tacky. Probably consistent in its theming with this fan, you know?
Yeah.
It looked like that. That's what it looked like before they ruined everything. It looked like those white things.
Those are nice.
With no fan. Now, it's like I walk through the room and my head hits on these fucking things.
Well, is that something you want to put money into?
Well, not right now.
I wasn't thinking right now.
Yeah, do I want to restore this place to how it should look? Yes. I would love to do that. That's what we should do instead of taking a honeymoon, you know?
Okay, that's fine.
Is try to restore this place to how it should look.
I wasn't even thinking
It's
about
appallingly offensive. This exists here.
Yeah,
These
and I
fucking
fucking hurt
people.
myself on the fucking fan when I was changing the vents.
These fucking idiots. It's like, you don't mess with an INTJ's masterpiece and think you're improving by putting on a couple of stupid ass fucking screen doors.
Yeah, I know.
It's like the ESTJ didn't know what to do with himself because there was nothing to do with this place, right? You don't need to do anything with perfection. So all he did was fuck it up. And his wife, you know, well, there's no place to put my stupid shit. I just nail a bunch of crosses to the wall like an idiot. And put signs on all the doors like an idiot.
Yeah.
But they did a great job with these chairs.
They did a great job with these chairs.
And he did a phenomenal job with the little wilderness car.
Oh my god.
I can't believe what a wonderful thing that's turned out to be.
It's such a wonderful thing.
Every time I got chores around here, I put it in like the logs in the back of the little wilderness car.
That makes it so much easier.
We live on a hill. We're not that into walking.
No.
We're not into like, oh, let's go outside and be exercising. I really want to like a couple of sunsets.
Honestly,
No, we're not that into that.
No, and it's a little bit difficult for me too.
Well, you also have what's it called? Neuropathy.
Yeah. The little circle is nice to do sometimes. Like,
No, it's nice to take a walk sometimes. No doubt about that. But our morning walks tend to be like, 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
The time when nobody else is out walking. It's like, reason I can't even get how to walk right down. So this is the problem with being intuitive. You don't know how to poop. You don't know how to walk. You don't know how to sleep. You don't know how to follow through on things you say you're gonna do.
Oh my god.
That's why you don't ever say you're gonna do anything because you don't want to be wrong.
Oh my god, I have though.
But then, Rachel, I tell Rachel we're gonna do it like all the time, and then we don't do that. Like, well, let's go to the store soon. Or you don't ever go to the store. So yeah, that's the problem with me and intuitors is you don't know how to sleep, you don't know how to poop, you don't know how to walk. You don't know how to do anything regularly, right? And you don't know how to be a regular person. You know.
I definitely don't know what it's like to be a regular person. I never did.
Well, you don't know how to be. Most importantly, neither do I. The question is, should we spend our time trying to be, or trying like the thing is, there's realities that can continually pelt on us, but those realities are all called one thing: you're poor. And then when you're not anymore, then you don't have any realities poking at you anymore that you don't like. And then you can successfully be an intuitive. But unfortunately, to be not poor requires all the skills that intuitives don't have. Practical things. Mindful of where you are now in time, where you're going to be later in time, paying attention to things like that. What you have, what you don't have, how to get what you want, etc. All of that kind of stuff you got to be paying attention to. You got to put your hours into it if you want results. My dad spent so much time paying attention to his piles of money, what to do with them, how they were growing or shrinking, and yeah. And that was wonderful because then he died. and, and that was wonderful, right? For me. But I could never do that on my own. Never in a million billion years because it would require me to spend all of my attention on the horrible, boring ass shit that he spent all of his attention on. It's like, I get it, those things are super important. I value them a lot, but I don't want to pay attention to them all the time. In fact, I don't want to pay attention to them ever.
Well, that's kind of, I'm in that camp, unfortunately.
We both are. The thing is, lucky for us, we had somebody who did spend all of their time paying attention to the stuff that we don't ever want to pay attention to and are able to therefore not pay attention to it. But that's just happenstance luck on our part. Because the thing is, the other thing is, we have another inheritance coming later on. I hate to tell you, Rachel. It's kind of a grim topic, but we do have a.
Okay. Here goes. I'm singing a song. I'm your assistant, and I'm singing la 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 la.
Oh my god, what fucking app is this? Just some sort of Google disaster? I think it is because I signed up for like Google. You could try your shit on me or whatever. You could try whatever your shit is you want on me because I'm Eric. I don't care. You try whatever Google shit you want. Well, now I discover I don't like that one, Google, so don't bring me that anymore. That's horrible. Oh, like your worst abortion ever, Google. Your worst unfinished beta product ever. I mean, I get it's beta, but Jesus Christ, that's like it's got to be data or epsilon or something further down the line from beta. Yeah. Who designed that? I don't know. An ESFJ? It's like, wow, we can nail a bunch of crosses to the wall. It has that same kind of vibe to it. Oh, which of these doors is the pantry? God, I cannot remember. Oh, if only there were a sign here to tell me. They couldn't even get that sign up. That's the only reason it was still here when the house, when we got the house. They couldn't get that sign up either. They couldn't remember how they had put it on, obviously. Because it's got this trick back. If you know the trick to it, you slide it a certain way and it just comes right up, right? But if you don't know the trick to it, it's impossible to take off. It's ridiculous.
I tried. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah. It was some sort of insane design. Like you got to move it over here, to move up a little bit, and then it would come loose or something. It was like, okay, who's gonna know how to do that? It's not. It doesn't say so anywhere on the outside of the sign. Obviously, how are you gonna figure that out? You're never gonna figure that out unless you're just moving around a bunch of different ways. If you assume initially that that's its design category of thing, right? Which is just, oh, who made this sign this way? It was a terrible idea. They only cared about the sign staying where it is forever and not caring at all about what happens if you want to take the sign down.
So, interestingly enough, INTJ is the conflictor type for ESFJ.
You can see it.
And yeah, we can see it.
You can see
reflected in the
where she
house.
marred our beautiful home with her NI-polariness.
Yeah.
Or where he marred the beautiful home in much more significant ways with his NI-polariness. But I can very much value their SI tool function here. This was excellent work. These chairs, this big ass TV, all their SI shit is fine with me.
Yeah, me too.
But it's like these fans are insane overboard. Why in the world would you ever need these fans?
The only place I ever see fans like this anymore are in like 1990 beach homes on the Jersey Shore.
And could the lighting be any more oppressive?
Crazy! I can't take it.
Imagine the whole home with those bulbs that are over there instead of these atrocities, right? It's taken me a while to recognize, like, okay, this is not native to the home. Obviously, I don't like it. Basically, everything I don't like, I'm realizing, oh, this is not how it's supposed to be at all. They fucked it up. Like it's supposed to be like this aesthetic, right? This gorgeous kind of timelessness. And what they did is they put in these fucking horror shows, thinking like it's the same thing. Oh, it's kind of the same as in the foyer that way. Oh God, not even remotely. Talking about NI-polar. So if you imagine the whole home with these bulbs as the ceiling fixtures, I don't know if you can see that or not. Let me look over here more. I don't know. I'm having trouble finding it there. It's because there's a lag and a delay. Okay, if you imagine the whole home with just these bulbs, the white part with no fans, right here. That's how it was supposed to look. Instead of this horrible thing.
Makes a lot of sense. Cause like I don't like them either.
And in fact, we still have a lot of the original pieces, I think, somewhere in the shed or down up here where they took them down. You know, we have these domes, I don't know what they were for really. They didn't seem to fit on anything. Well, they're obviously the original fixtures that they destroyed to put up this fucking garbage. So that they could potentially save money on their electricity bill by not using the air conditioning? It's like, that's the sort of insanity that ESTJs do. Like, it makes no sense at all, right? Why would you have so much insurance on this thing, Dad? It's like you're just giving the insurance companies money, and then if anything does happen to it, you are appalled by the notion of making a claim because then your insurance rates are going to go up. Like, what kind of fucking insanity is that? You know? It's the same kind of insanity as putting in these things to save yourself money on your electricity bill in the summer over the course of many years, maybe, possibly adding up to the expense of these things, which this home is beautifully insulated, does not need any fanning at all. Do we ever turn these fans on?
I use the bedroom one, but
That's only because I'm being dumb about the air conditioning or the heating down here. Because it is hotter upstairs.
yeah, it is.
It is hotter upstairs.
It's a day room, so.
It's also just because heat rises.
Oh, that's true.
You know, it's like it's gonna be a little hotter upstairs. It doesn't mean you need to put these fucking ceiling fans in.
Actually, I really like it at night with the windows open.
Yeah.
There's a breeze.
We can either turn the air conditioning on, we can leave the windows open. It's not that, it doesn't get that hot up here. It's 4,000 feet up in the mountains.
No, yeah.
We've had record highs recently and they were like 86.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing compared to Los Angeles.
No.
86, I'm still putting on a jacket. Where are my cigarettes?
This is a question.
That's a very good question. Oh, I know where they are. I know where they are. They're where I left them purposefully. Last time I left them there purposefully. Because I figured there's no reason to bring these inside and outside every time, Eric. You can just walk to your cigarettes and leave them here. Call it good TE.
It is good TE.
But it does require me to remember it's SI contingent TE. So it's good TE only by having my SI already established. That's where my cigarettes always are, you know. If I don't obey myself and move them anyway, like I know I will, then it's just another foiled example of failed TE. It already is. You know, the fact that it's taken me this long to go get my cigarette is proof that it's been a terrible idea from the get-go. But you know what? Fortunately, it's not a very much consequence. Maybe a terrible idea or a terrible TE on Eric's part. But it doesn't matter very much. So it's fine. So yeah, a good TE question is, you got 2 frozen pizzas, you cook them in the oven. One requires 24 minutes, one requires 20 minutes. You only got one timer. What's the best way to deal with this situation to get them both cooked? That's an excellent TE question. There's a difference between TE reasoning problems like that and TI reasoning problems. I didn't really realize it so clearly until this this pizza thing that I had. That's why it sucks to be SI sometimes, right? You have to have experiences to know things. Why do I have to have experiences to know things, for fuck's sake? I don't know, like, bam, I know everything. Well, anyway, I never really properly, until just yesterday or something, right? I properly understand that questions like, how do you get the cat and the chicken and the bag of cheese across the river in a boat or whatever? Those are TE questions, obviously. Those are not TI questions. That's why I'm not good at them. The question of the two pizzas, the one timer in the oven, is a great question. TE polar question too. Because TE polar people will just be like, you got me, man. I do not have any idea what to do here. One timer? I mean, just cook one of them, and then cook the other one. It's like that. I think you're gonna get TE polar responses like that. For me, it was a problem that actually took a while to solve, which is for me. It's like I was like, okay, how am I gonna do this? Well, it turns out you cook the first one for just 4 minutes. Then you put the other one in and you cook them both for 20 minutes. And that's how you do it with just one timer and two pizzas requiring different times in the oven. But that's a TE question. So totally a TE question.
Yeah, because I couldn't figure it out with just one clock.
Yeah, it's all about order of operations
Yeah.
and when to actualize what in order to get desired outcome. Yeah, right. So I'm pretty good at TE stuff like that. If I have to be, I can figure it out. But I don't like it. Probably equivalent to like a INTJ feels about TI stuff or TE stuff. They're good at it. They can do it if they apply themselves, but they don't like it and they don't see the point of it. Really.
Yeah, I forget that.
Unless it's in some sort of conditional language that they're programming,
Right.
right? They see it as purely an operational thing, not as a value in and of itself. Same thing with me and TE stuff. It's like, okay, well, I gotta figure out actually how to cook two pizzas with one timer. Granted, we had two timers.
We did?
Of course, we both have timers on our phone. We don't have
Oh,
just.
yeah. I
We can't.
always use my
We
timer
can't
on the
just
phone.
use. We're not slaves to just using the timer on the oven. But I didn't want to get out my phone and mess with all that stuff, so I just decided to do it the hard way.
You did it well, though. They came out great.
I figured out how to do it. It's like to a TE one or two person, they're just going like rolling their eyes and be like, I cannot believe you feel proud of yourself for figuring such a simple thing out, Eric. But that's what it's like having TE on the backside. It's not fun for us.
No. It
Yeah.
makes me cry.
When you get a 6 or 7, it's not fun. Well, seven's fun, but it's either fun or makes you cry. Like you're at the mercy of other people's TE.
Like, when the registry wouldn't go, and so, like, they told me over the phone we don't see your registry. We'll put it in a like a
Oh yeah, that registry.
yeah. And then they got back to me, right? So they got back to me, and they were like made me rate things. Like I had to. It was like on a scale of 1 to 10, like how urgent is this uh thing? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
They're trying to triage, whereas you're bleeding out in the lobby.
yeah.
Well, I got to bear witness to that, and my instructions of walk away from this for a couple of days were met with the firmest of resistance.
Yeah.
People don't like it when you fuck with their 7 or their 8 in general.
And like I made a registry because like people had asked me to.
All right, it's a textbook getting effie tooled into a disaster.
And so like, yeah.
It's like we didn't even want to have a registry, and then Rachel starts making this registry, and now she got all these things that she wants on astrology.com that she
right.
didn't want before.
Yeah.
It's just creating a problem for us because we don't need more objects, you know. But that's FE tool, and Rachel does not want me pushing on her 4, her 8, or her 7, you know. So when I say walk away from it, don't deal with this because you're turning into this storm cloud Rachel all the time. She just ignores me and makes a wish list instead and just oh.
Yeah.
Well, good.
It's so fucking annoying.
It's a good thing about being FI polar, as I can very quickly just be like, well, you know what? I don't care. I just look over here at this other thing. I just won't pay any attention to Rachel right now while she's dealing with all this shit, so she's not listening to me. And that's fine. She can be as stormy as she wants over there. But yeah, that registry is a fucking disaster. From concept to to execution, it's been an absolute fucking disaster. We should have got that lady in Oakhurst to do her whole wedding event.
Yeah.
You know, she could have planned the whole thing. She
probably would have loved to.
Yeah, she would have loved it. And if we had found her sooner and we would have just hired her to do everything, it would have been probably a good deal too. You know. But too late now. And also, it was always too late. It's like we decided on a wedding date like 3 or 4 months before the date, which is not enough time for when everybody who's going to go to your wedding potentially, it's a travel destination for them, and it's not easy to get to. It's ridiculous. I didn't realize until Rachel said today that people on the East Coast sometimes had to take more than one plane to get here.
Yeah, my mom's taking 3 planes to get here.
My mom probably saved $12 to do that too.
That's true. My dad hasn't complained about it at all. So.
That's ESTJ logic right there. I'm gonna take 3 planes to save $12.
And she's coming from a small airport too.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, if you're not willing to drive out to a major airport, then obviously you're gonna have to take more planes. And then complain about it to your daughter about her wedding. It's just classless. You know, it's just classless.
That's a good way of putting it. Good FI.
The thing is, if she's gonna complain about the cost, would she like us to contribute? You know, are you asking us to help defray the costs? Or if you're complaining about the cost or the hassle of getting here, then why are you giving us money for me? You know, we didn't ask you for anything, and now you're all like, we just invited you to the wedding because we were nice, you know. And they're being all like, yeah, about it. I got one of these. I got another one on the other hand. You know, she's trying to be helpful to some extent. She's just engaging the only way she knows how, you know.
Yeah.
It's not a very good way to engage with your child, for sure. But it's Rachel's mom's way.
Yeah.
Obviously, ESTJ INFJ is not
No.
a match made in
No,
heaven.
it's not.
You might say it's a match made in hell.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Even when they're like,
Right. Yeah. It's even rougher than ENTP ESTJ.
yeah,
Because it's like they deny me any points in my third slot function. They deny you the ability to use your tool function to operate.
Hmm.
And that's like the nightmare. It's like me being raised by ESFP and an ENFP. It's just like not only like you see them using logic only when it's convenient for them and not caring about your reasoning at all. That'd be my nightmare, right? Being raised by an ESFP and an ENFP.
oh, butterfly.
Like one of them seems like they use language well, but then never do. never, never to any good purpose. Just for fun. What a nightmare that would be. Anyway, that's what it's like for Rachel. She was raised by an ESTJ and ENFP, and she's an INFJ. It's like the relationship with ENFP is somewhat less good than my relationship with ENFP. I think INFJs, you know, they're both intuitives, and there's any respect. Ultimately, by continually disagreeing with your third slot function, is not a good way to be raised. You know, you're trying to score points in fairness and justice and stuff, and they're trying to score. Their just fundamental way of being is to compromise.
Yeah. There, I mean, there's this home video of my sister's birthday, and I don't know how old she was. She was in first grade probably, and I'm 2 years older than her. And she got up early to open up gifts, and they like,
They fucked with your SI.
yeah.
They wanted you to get up early.
And they did.
Yeah, they fucked with your SI and your SE all the time.
So my dad, like, the camera pans on me, and I'm like in the corner of the couch, like feet tucked in, like looking like a mess, like you could tell.
And they're not respecting your 8th slot SI at all. Because they are both SI conscious, and your mom's fucking got it as her operational tool function. She expects everybody else to be like that. Even maximally so, because she's NI polar. She's like an SI Nazi. You might call all ESTJs are SI Nazis.
So, yeah, I was like, it made me nasty to like my sister. Like, she'd be like, she was like, oh, Rachel, I got this for like a Nintendo game, and I was like, oh, it was only Nintendo Paint. Like, I was just like, I just didn't want to be there at that time. I was so tired.
Right. Well, your mom is not actually necessarily a good case study for SI Nazihood.
No, no.
Like, actually,
she's-
ESTJ is pretty respectful of the fact that you need rest periodically, you need food,
Yes.
they're usually pretty respectful of that stuff.
Yep.
Um, They're more like, the ENFP is more likely to be the SI Nazi. Like,
Hmm.
well, I don't feel tired right now, so you shouldn't either. Because
Yeah, it's
I
true.
care about my feelings.
Yeah, like whenever, like, whatever. I have total examples of my dad saying, "You broke my heart," or "You're breaking my heart," and I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me right
Your heart can't possibly be fragile, man.
now?"
I'm just I'm just insisting on justice for myself instead of bullshit.
Right.
How fragile is your fucking heart? That should break your heart that you're making me, your daughter, make a decision between justice and some compromised bullshit.
Yeah, it was. And the last time he said that to me, it was when, like, basically, like, the night before I was leaving for uh, here for California because my brother was basically kicking me out of the house because I smelled like weed. And then my dad sits on my bed and he goes, "You're breaking my heart." And I was just like, "Yeah, yeah,
The fucking
yeah,
gall.
yeah." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" And then, yeah,
The fucking gall. The hot cojones on that man.
yeah,
I'm sure he said the same thing to his son, right? As though the problem is that there's a discord here, not that one party's aggrieved. Ridiculous. Insanity. Ridiculous insanity of the worst sort. I'm gonna go get a pack of cigarettes.
well, I'm in a very safe and happy environment now, so it's like that stuff seems like a distant memory. It is a distant memory, actually, but it is tough to have your TI like trampled on, even especially when it's third selfish, and it's like I'm not great at it, but I
I
know.
guarantee you that fucker said the same thing to your brother as though it didn't matter at all which of you was right or wrong.
Yeah, it didn't.
What a fucking piece of shit. I can't believe that. Well, I can believe it. That's T.I. Polar for you, folks. That fucking obscenity against justice is T.I. Polar right there.
Yeah, it is. I now know.
T.I. Polar equals obscenity against justice.
And I kept on saying too. I was like, I didn't break any rules. like, like I was like, I don't know what to say to you right now. Like, I couldn't make it better.
It's breaking my heart that your brother
Yeah.
arbitrarily wants to kick you out of our
Yeah,
house
like,
for no reason. Rachel, you're breaking my heart for that
yeah,
reason.
yeah.
How am I breaking your heart, you stupid fuck? Is the proper response to that, right?
Yeah.
What an obscenity against justice. I am. I just cannot. It's hard for me to even
I'm sorry.
just process the horror of this horribleness. Well, fortunately, we win. 100%
Yeah.
we win.
Yeah. Totally.
That's the thing is we kicked everyone else's asses by winning. So fuck all those fucks.
Yeah.
Fucking fucks.
Seriously.
Seriously is right. Fuck those fucking fucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still in a good mood though.
Yeah, you are.
You know why? Because those fucking fucks are off fucking around someplace
Yeah,
else.
exactly. We
And
don't.
I'm here on mushrooms. So
Yeah,
fuck
it's
them.
pretty. Yeah.
I, my biggest problem that I have is that I can't call the doctor until Tuesday. That's why Till Tuesday picked that band name. Because every time there's a holiday, people are going to think of their band.
That's smart.
Yeah. Every time there's a holiday, people are gonna think of Till Tuesday.
Till Tuesday. I don't know of Till Tuesday.
It's an English band, I think,
Cool. I'm
from
sure
the
they're
from
good.
the '80s. I don't think they are,
Oh.
but they might be. I don't know. I don't know enough about them to say whether they're good or not.
I'll have to check them out.
I think they might sing that song, "The Future's So Bright, You Gotta Wear Shades."
Oh no.
That might be Till Tuesday. So if that is Till Tuesday,
That's not a good song.
that's not a good song.
It's a good band name, I guess.
Well, it's a smart band name, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot
Yeah.
smarter of a band name than the Dave Matthews Band.
You might want to be careful. I'm not sure if that's poison oak.
Oh no, that's not poison.
Oh, okay.
This is regular oak.
Okay.
This is an oak tree.
Oh, good. Okay. I
Poison
can't tell
oak-
the
The
difference.
poison oak is much smaller leaf than this. It's shaped similar, but it's much smaller leaf. And it's reddish green instead of green.
And there's usually sap coming from it, right? Like white?
No.
Oh, really? You just have to watch out for the...
I mean, I've never heard that white sap thing before. I don't know. We don't seem to have any poison oak around here, actually, as far as I can tell. I've been looking out for it and I don't see anything.
That's good.
I think that might be it right down there.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
basically, we don't have any around here.
That's good.
And even that might be an actual small California lilac tree. The poison oak looks more like California oak. This kind of oak tree, I don't even know this kind of oak tree before I came here, you know?
Yeah, me too. I've never seen one like...
But it's definitely an oak, you can tell by the leaf. There's a lot of them around here. But that's not what Californians consider an oak tree. Californians consider that an oak tree. This is an oak tree as far as I'm concerned. This tree right there. That's an oak tree. But actually, that one next to it right there is also an oak tree. And that's a more normal kind of oak tree, I think. This is just a California thing, is this oak tree right here. As you can see, we've got a lot of these little oak trees down coming up over here. I think they must keep this area cleared for fire reasons. That's why we have all these little trees coming up right here. Like the former owners probably cut back everything growing down to where those trees are right there. See?
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to do that, but we'll see in coming years if there's more concern for drought. We might do that. Kitty wants to come outside. Can you open the door?
Sure. Hi, baby.
Hi, Capillo. Yes, it's fun to be outside. There are no bugs. It's just perfect. And it's amazing there are no bugs at all. My fears about the bugs were driven by the amount of anti-bug stuff these anti-polar people have around the house.
Oh.
Like, I found many cans of off and other anti-bug stuff. And you think bugs are going to be a real problem around here. But this is the most buggy it's going to get right now.
Yeah.
It just gets drier from this point on, less buggy. So those anti-polar people were just being anti-polar insane. Like, we can't even have a chance of one bug ever landing on us. Therefore, we have to spray poison on everything, all the time. ECJs love to spray poison. They like to kill weeds. They like to kill bugs. They like to kill Rachel's beloved four-leaf clover patch. Like to shoot at squirrels who are taking their peaches that they don't want. Well, those are specifically things my dad liked to do, I guess.
My mom was like a yeah.
Well, your mom being a woman probably took on less of the gardening chores.
She liked to garden, but she didn't like. She liked to kill the things, but she didn't like to do it herself. So she would have my dad do it, and he would like have no clue what to do. So like,
She wanted to delegate
yeah,
weeding.
yeah,
And then she get mad when he doesn't do it right.
yeah.
What a fucking tart.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah. Oh my god.
One of my jobs I did for my grandmother when I was a little boy. I had to go in the front yard with a fork and dig out all
Oh.
the spurge. And you're not allowed to just get the top of the spurge. You have to get the root with the fork. That's why you're given a fork. And the problem is the spurge is competing with my grandmother's prettiest lawn ever, dichondra. It's a kind of grass that looks like little clovers. And of course the spurge was always competing with the dichondra because the dichondra is like the prettiest lawn you can have. It's like it loses to everything. Unlike St. Augustine, which like kicks everything else's ass, you know. If you put St. Augustine there, you don't got to worry about competing grasses or whatever coming in and taking over your lawn because St. Augustine's so vigorous a fighter. Dichondra is like the wimpiest grass you could get. And so my grandmother's solution was to have her grandson dig up the spurge with a fork on a weekly basis.
Wow.
Yeah. So, needless to say, I'm not a fan of spurge.
Is there any spurge in our backyard?
There's spurges all over the place. I'll try to find some and bring it over here. Let me look. Spurges everywhere, it seems like. I don't know why magically we don't have any spurs. Like every place you look, there's spurge. There's a little thing that grows. I don't know. We don't seem to have any spurge. But anytime you see any place with a lawn or anything like that, you'll see the spurge growing on the sides of it. It's this little plant that I don't even know how to describe it. It's spurge. We'll have to look it up when we get inside.
Okay.
It might not even be what it's called. Who knows? You know, but my grandma called it. Doesn't mean that that's what it's actually called. I mean, she called lots of things by weird names, so who knows? My grandma was from such a long time ago. She said things like, "I'll bet a nickel that meow, 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 meow," as though that were a large amount of money. That's how old-fashioned my grandma was. So she might not have named the species of plant correctly. It's possible. Now, granted, it's not the case that one should conclude from the former. The latter doesn't follow from the former. I concede that. But let's go look and see what spurge is actually called. Maybe it's actually called spurge. Well, I'm pretty sure that black people aren't actually called what my grandma said they were. I think my grandmother might have had the wrong name for black people. My parents, on the other hand, were much more civilized. My mom only hated Mexicans. My dad was strangely not really racist at all. For example, messing with somebody's SEAs. I mean, my dad did it all the time. He'd hijack. I was planning on doing something about something, but he'd do something about it before me and render all my plans pointless, much to my frustration. Like instead of allowing something to be deliberated out fully and me taking my time, some action disrupted my plannings and made things irrelevant, you know? I don't like that at all when that happens. But another example, pushing on SE8 is any attempt to leverage or force me to do anything. To leverage anything or to force me is met with absolute resistance. I don't like to be leveraged, and I don't like to be forced to do anything. So, especially emotionally leveraged. I don't know if I agree. It's more like SI fuckery. Ruben says, maybe me telling you, why haven't you gotten started yet? Get started now. Yeah, that would be an example of fucking SE for sure. It's like, no, and now I never want to get started. Now I want to never start because you told me to start right now.
Start what?
Whatever it is. It doesn't matter. If somebody says to me, start Project X right now, I'll say, no, and now I want to never start Project X. That's exactly what happened to me at the escape room.
Oh my god.
If you put a TE polar person in an escape room.
I was only able to find out one clue.
What? I mean, who thinks that's fun anyway? To do a
I
bunch
think
of
an ENTJ put it together.
to do a bunch of TE shit.
Yeah. Oh my god, people were going nuts. They like loved it. Like I was sitting back. I'm like, you guys.
Well, because you and I both are saying none of these problems generalize or universalize at all.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any meaning to them.
No.
They're just the whole purpose of them is for you to solve them and feel like you accomplished something. If you're higher up on the meta level than that, then it's not going to be entertaining at all to you. It's just like, well, look at those monkeys go.
It's like that was exhausting. Yeah.
Well, that's when you get Frank James into shit, Rachel. Like, is anybody else finding this game soul crushing? No? Let's keep playing.
Oh my god, that was me in the escape room.
Now on to the important question of what is Spurge?
Oh yeah, what is Spurge?
I think I looked it up before actually. I think it is called Spurge.
Cool.
Location of my keyboard, on the other hand, is a question entirely. I don't see it anywhere. Strangely. Strangely seems to have vanished from our universe.
So strange.
Okay. Well, oh, there it is.
Oh, good.
I found it.
I'm so glad you did.
I found it. Okay, Spurge.
Hi, Squire Bublingtons.
No.
No, that is not what you meant.
They say spurge is a derogatory slang term for anyone with Asperger's syndrome. That's not what I mean at all. Spurge. What is this? Is this some sort of bullshit? Spurge weed. This one. I misspelled it.
Oh.
It's
Yeah.
the spurge.
Okay.
You've seen spurge before.
Yes, I have.
And you know its evil ways.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't want to let you dichondra alone. This is the perfect picture of it. This is spurge. This is the spurge that says right here, purge that spurge. Anne of Green Gardens. This is what I had to dig out with a fork. Now, the next question is, what is the thing I was protecting? This stupid grass. Dichondra. Looks like little clovers, but it's fine for like shady places, I guess. But my grandma wanted to have it on her whole front yard. And so obviously there was endless competition with the spurge.
Wow.
And dichondra loses to spurge every time, unless Eric's out there with a fork pulling out the spurge. To win, dichondra needs a fork-wielding boy to be fighting on its side. That's how weak dichondra is. Dichondra can't even win a battle for your front lawn without the aid of a fork-wielding boy. If that's not reason enough to choose a different grass than dichondra, I don't know what is. Obviously, if you're smart, you don't have a stupid fucking log. Right? Why do you have to have a log? And why is it not okay for leaves to fall on your lawn?
It's not.
Because I'm anti-polar. And those leaves offend me. My lawn all the same height, all the grasses are the same height. It was perfectly square, and now there's a leaf on it. Oh, wow. So, did you come up with this idea of a square lawn yourself? Is it your vision or what? This is my vision. I want a square lawn. Anything else? I want all the grasses the same height. Okay.
What about people who have houses by sand?
Are your houses are song? Well, you can't have a lawn. Your lawn's can't grow on sand.
No.
It has to grow on dirt. Anyway, sand's only really good for drinking.
Oh, yeah.
I could go for a delicious glass of sand right now. All right, Sunday fun. Oh, spurgeon? You think spurgeon is the plural of spurge? You might be right about that one. I like that idea. I think it should be. I don't know if it is or not. But spurgeon being the plural of spurge is a good idea. That was the first time I've ever been kissed by one of these bombs. And I changed water levels. I'm not very careful about how much water to put in it or anything. These are the best bomb designs ever. All bongs should be just like this. This long, this part takes all your cloggage as a consequence. There's nothing else to worry about. The double bubble thing means you don't get kissed. And also that it doesn't, not that finicky about water level. You know, some bongs you have to get it exactly this water level or else you get kissed all the time. This is designed to actually be a useful bong. Couldn't be any happier than. You know, granted, they don't stand up for shit. They're easy to knock over. You're just gonna knock them over all the time. Cats knock them over, but they're also hard to spill. So if I knock it over this much, no liquid's coming out. So even though this gets knocked over a fair amount, not that many bonus villages. I mean, you know, if they were, that is such a wonderful question, Andre Stoian. I will tell you exactly what I think about it. I interviewed the guy himself. It was one of my happiest moments as a YouTuber. And you can watch all the answers everybody could ever want in that interview. His name is Michael Reed, I think. And I don't know. But anyway, I interviewed that guy. First, I talked to him on the phone. I took a bunch of notes and stuff. And then I interviewed him on camera. Because I was really curious about it. And had seen I like those kind of paranormally things, you know? Where they can't figure out what happened here really. There's a lot of those sneaky things that might be paranormal or whatever. But the video I originally made on it was me getting mad at somebody else for recklessly claiming that certain things were made up when I could find the substantiation for them myself. So how is this person claiming that they're made up? This was like I was reading. I was mad at somebody like on a Reddit thread or something. You know, like how are you claiming that this person made this shit up? These elements of the case when I can find them on the public record from the time period, from like back in the day, the Gazette of wherever. You know, you see the details right there, and this person was claiming that this other person made this shit up. It was making me mad. So. That was the first video I ever made about it, was about that. And then I guess the guy himself liked that video and thought I did a good job of discussing his case. And he was mad at somebody else for saying things that weren't true about it. So, like, it was important to him that his actual accurate story be told. To me, it was interesting, but to him, it was like personal, you know. I kind of was a little late to the party on that one. Like I should have recognized how personal this was for him a little sooner, maybe. But I did a pretty good job of it anyway.
Yeah, you did. That's a good video.
Yeah. I could link it. It will require me doing something. Okay. Fine, I'll do it. Let's see. I could just search YouTube itself with Roan and TWFP. Roan Mountain Mystery. Okay, well, the first thing I find here in the results is fact check Michael Reel Run Mystery Unexplained. This was a video that he liked that prompted him to get me to interview him. Interestingly, I cannot find the actual result of our anywhere on these results. In other words, the mystery's been resolved. I interviewed the guy, but that's not any of the results when you YouTube search Rome Mountain Mystery. Even though my fact check video is the second one, the second result. Interestingly, let me put his name in. REEL. Yeah, there it is. And my actual interview with him only has 405 views, even though it solves the mystery. And my fact check video, when I still didn't know what the actual reality was, has 1.2K views. So that's YouTube for you, you know, knowing what people want to watch, I guess. You think that YouTube would want to resolve the questions about the mystery for you, but obviously people don't want those questions resolved. They want to enjoy the paranormality of their unexplainedness. Oh, right. I should put the link here. I went to all that trouble to get it. I should put it. But yeah, that answered all the questions that anybody could ever have about the mystery. I found it fascinating too, and I found it absolutely mind-blowingly delightful that I was the one who got to resolve the mystery. You know, I mean, he already knew what the answers to the mystery were, obviously, but on YouTube, I was the one who got to resolve the mystery. I felt and still feel super privileged by that. Like, wow, that was really the highest compliment anybody could pay me, you know? That guy choose me to tell as a vehicle to tell a story instead of the myriad of other people who are talking about it on YouTube. That is the highest compliment anybody has ever paid me on YouTube. If you get your questions answered, YouTube knows you have no need to continue searching on YouTube. I think you got a point there. The thing is, you know, people are all interested in the mystery. When they find the answer, they just go, oh. You know, it's not that fun for most people, I guess, to have all the fun, spooky mystery of something removed and have the actual facts of it put in place. But it's very Debbie Downer on the paranormality. In the paranormality sphere, it's very Debbie Downer to be like, actually, it was just a scared boy lost in the woods for a week. Actually, he was quite traumatized by the experience. There was no magical grandpa. You know, it's it's not the dessert you ordered. I know you said you wanted flan, but here's a big bowl of depressing. The resolution was he was just a scared boy lost in the woods for a week, and um, and the notoriety of having been the boy lost in the woods like ruined his childhood. And he's still feeling traumatized about it to this day. But I was slow to pick up on all that part, the trauma part, you know, because I'm bipolar. I realized sort of late in the interview, like, hold up, Eric, you're excited about this as a news scoop or whatever, but this guy is, well, this was a life defining event for this guy, you know. So you gotta try to treat it as respectfully as you can, you know. But at the same time, I was all like excited about having the mystery solved, but it's not about that for this guy, right? It's about having his actual story told and not some fake story that he associates with a lot of trauma from narratives associated when he was a kid, you know. So it's not very fun, obviously, as an answer to the mystery. It's not a very fun answer. But all the specific questions, all the specific weird things about the thing, I asked him about every single one of them, and every single one that he knew about, he gave you the definitive explanation about it. So, like the explanation about the mystery grandfather is very clear cut. He had a step grandfather that he called grandfather. You know, as a lot of kids do. It was there's no yes, his biological grandparents were dead at the time, but he still had a grandparent that he called grandpa. And the conversation he was referring to happened the morning before he got lost, not sometime during the time he was lost. But people got confused that he was telling a story from before he got lost rather than during while he was lost, you know? Oh wow, that wall looks hard. Hi, beautiful.
Hi, handsome.
Doesn't that wall look weird?
Oh my god. You could call that art.
I know. I'd say, well, you put a lot of effort into random shit. Is what I would say if that were art. You're trying to put a lot of effort into making this random shit. I guess that's art. That's what I would say if somebody presented this wall to me as art. I'd say, like, okay, you got enough resources to build this whole wall and cover it with gray stuff and then knock some of the gray stuff off. With all those resources, this is the best art you can come up with? You gotta be kidding me, right? That's what I'd say to art presented to me. Like, you invested so many resources in building a retaining wall. Covering it with gray stuff and then knocking it off randomly. Just to call that art? And then we have to ask the question, well, is it a functional retaining wall? Like, are you just adding ornament to an existing wall? Or is this your whole art project? It's not retaining anything at all. If it's not retaining anything at all, I just say like, okay, you have too much money and too few good ideas. to make this art project. You know, it weren't actually a retaining wall. If you were saying, "Oh, I'm just decorating my retaining wall," I'd say, no, no, dude, don't. This is not. This isn't working. That would be my critique on it. If it were presented to me as retaining wall decoration option A, I would say no. But it does look kind of cool in its own weird half finished speed project way. You know, half finished speed project is an archetype for a lot of things in Eric's life. You know, in some way, my whole life could be called a half finished speed project. Well, it seemed like such a good idea when I started tweaking. What do I gotta do now? I gotta do like that. Oh no. And this isn't one of those, actually. This is actually been an exercise in being very sensory. Like, I want to get this gray shit off of my wall, and because it's stupid, and it's falling off anyway. It's taking me months and months of chiseling away at it before I got a power washer, pressure washer, whatever you call it. And then, much to my surprise, the power of water compelled it so much that it drew these little lines on it. I didn't know it was going to do that.
Yep, those lines did not go away.
Oh,
That was powerful.
it's powerful, powerful. I think what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to be, after I get all the gray stuff off, I'll put a less intense nozzle, slightly less intense, more fanny, and kind of just even the whole thing out with the water, you know? That's what I'm thinking I'll be able to do. Because if you look over on that part, the little lines are so close together that you can't even hardly tell they're little lines.
That's good.
So, anyway, dealing with my wall. This is one of Eric's big projects that he's doing, and this is not a half-finished speed project. This is a half-finished genuine project that I do most of when I'm on speed. You know, there's a big difference between a tweaker project and a project that's best accomplished when tweaking. That's wisdom right there. You put that on a sign if you're going to be ESOJ, put it on your wall. It's a big difference between a tweaker project and a project accomplished best while tweaking. Well, what is the difference? Well, it's what happens when you subtract one from the other. In this case, the answer is 6. People forget that's what difference means, right? The difference is what happens when you subtract one thing from another.
I forget that.
Yeah, I forget that too. If you say there's a big difference between you're saying you subtract one, the bigger one from the smaller one is a big number left over. Of course, we almost always use that metaphorically. Oh, can't we just start using words literally sometimes, occasionally? No, everybody loves metaphor. I can't believe they teach metaphor in school. Like, this is what a metaphor is. As though every fucking sentence isn't nonstop packed with metaphor. It's insane to try to distinguish between things that are metaphor and things that are actual language. The only way to do that is by saying, here's English prime, where actual agents take actual actions against actual objects and there's no bullshit. Instead, we teach students like metaphor is a good thing.
Meow. Meow.
Well, because the mystery is how did a little boy live through this, really, is the main mystery of it, because he was out for a week in like shorts and a t-shirt, and it rained sometimes, it got down to the low 40s at night. I thought to myself when I heard the story, there's no way I would have survived as a little boy for a whole week out there. Well, people are tougher than you think, you know? And the thing is, the mystery of that was he moved around at night all the time, and he slept during the day, which was the exact opposite of what the search parties were doing. You know, the search parties were searching during the day and sleeping at night. So they probably walked right past this kid, curled up under a bush a dozen times, you know? That explains why he was able to survive the cold temperatures. He was not being still. He was doing exercise all night long. You know, trying to running away from imagined threats, probably. I mean, what would you do if you were 8 years old, lost in the fucking woods, you know? For a week. Despite having all those resources out there trying to find them, nobody found them. They dispatched so many resources to that area. That's why it was a mystery. It's like, well, how in the world could you have all these like special forces people, military got involved, and they did. It's absolutely true. The military got involved in finding it. People said, well, that's bullshit. The military doesn't get involved in things like this. Not anymore, maybe, but they did in 1980, whatever, when you're right next door to their fort, whatever. And so, you know, you had trained mountain find people unable to find this little boy for a week until he just walked up on him one day. They didn't even find him. He found them. And he found his cabin. The cabin thing is, he found his cabin on the last night before they found him. And he stayed in there, if I remember correctly. He stayed in there, but it wasn't really hardly worth calling a cabin. It was all, like, if you imagine a trashed, old, gross, falling apart building. You know, it's generous to call it a cabin. He never encountered any grandparent in there, and he slept in there one night. He only found it the last night he was out. So, yeah, and then he remembers being found with these traumatic memories of the people saying certain things to him, and like from a distance, I can see that the adults were just saying whatever they were saying, and his little kid mind made it into like, if I don't give the right answer, they're not going to rescue me. And or they said they thought he was crazy or wild or something. They thought he was a wild boy or something. And obviously, I don't think anybody thought that. But his little kid brain produced lots of meanings that he's carried all the way forward into now. because I think he's an SI Dom. So I mean, there was lots of good reason to say this is mysterious. There's lots of good paranormality cues, stuff like that. The fact that special forces couldn't find a boy for a week in the forest. It's not that huge of a forest, and despite all those resources looking for him, they couldn't find his ass. The fact that he told a story about his grandfather to rescuers, even though both his grandparents were dead, and he related a story about eating breakfast with his grandfather in a cabin. Well, he did the morning before he got lost. His grandfather served him breakfast in the cabin the morning before he got lost, or the morning he got lost. And that's what he was telling them about. He wasn't talking about the cabin he spent one night in where there was no grandpa, no breakfast, just like an old destroyed hut. They gave him little comfort or shelter. So, it turns out when you actually get down to the bottom of it that even though there were lots of fun, exciting, mysterious cues around the case, that they all have very pedestrian explanations. So, that's kind of the wet blanket on the paranormality party there. And of course, I experience it as, yay, I've solved this mystery. But other people just experience it as, oh, a fun mystery has now just been poured cold water on it.
I think it's fun that you solved that.
Oh, no, let's call it SIFI. We care a lot because it's us. Well, other people don't care so much. This has been a really strange mushroom trip, I gotta say. It kind of got normal for a stretch there. But I know it got kind of normal because I don't remember that stretch. Like, I remember being out on the deck talking about Spurge. But I don't really remember the period of time before that very clearly. I'll have to watch the video to encounter all the sphincter puckering excitement that it promises. How many of you have found your sphincters involuntarily puckered by the excitement today? Can I see a show of hands? How many of the 7 people here feel that the title is telling the truth? They've had their sphincter involuntarily puckered by the level of excitement in this video. And how many people think it's lying? Well, science may never know the answer to that question. Science may never know the answer. But what we do know for sure is that it probably wasn't the best title. It doesn't seem to have attracted a lot of viewers. That could just be a Sunday thing. You know what the best part about tomorrow being a holiday is?
What?
I'm pretty sure I don't need to take the trash cans up to the street today.
Yeah.
I should take them up tomorrow. There's a small chance. Of course, we're not ESTJs, so we don't have the trash holiday schedule posted on our refrigerator as ESTJs. But I'm assuming they don't pick up the trash on Memorial Day. Could be a gamble. They might pick it up and then have to be stuck with our trash for a whole week.
I'd be surprised if they were to work on Memorial Day.
Oh, thank you, Pee-Pee. I love you too.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess it's about time to wrap this live stream up. I might even want to watch some of it because I don't really remember this mushroom trip very well, as usual. I do remember discussing the spurge.
Mm.
Of course, that was a recent phenomenon in this mushroom trip. I have a Google search history to prove it.
The spurge. Now I know what the spurge is.
It's spelled Spurge, Eric, not Speerge. That's just a derogatory term for people who have Asperger's syndrome, apparently.
Apparently.
Spurgs. Those spurgs over there. I've never heard anybody use that term before. It's like they made up a slur in anticipation of there being one.
Spurge.
Asperger's syndrome is just Appy pathologizing Appy backstack, especially Polar. There's something terribly, terribly wrong with you. Okay? You're not Appy like me. Therefore, you have Asperger's syndrome. Okay. So, anywho, those Johns indicate it's time to go. So, see you later, and thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.